Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Town of Los Gatos Planning Commission meeting of Wednesday, December 14th, 2016. The meeting is now called to order. If you haven't already done so, please take a moment to silence your devices. Mr. Paulson, would you please call the roll for us?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Erickson?
Here.
Commissioner Hanson?
Here.
Commissioner Hudis?
Here.
Commissioner Birch?
Here.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Here.
Vice Chair Kane?
Here.
And Chair Badami.
Here. Would everyone please stand and join Commissioner Hudis as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Town of Los Gatos strongly encourages active participation in the public process with written and verbal comments. To speak on any item tonight, please complete a speaker's card located within the benches and follow the instructions on the back of the card. If you haven't already done so, please turn your card into staff so that I can be prepared to call your name in advance. So far, I only have one speaker card, and we have 6 items on the agenda tonight. Matters relating to agenda items will be heard during the itemized public hearing. Matters not on the agenda will be heard under verbal communications. We have written communications tonight, which would be a desk item for item number 6. Have commissioners had an opportunity to read the correspondence? Yes. Do any commissioner need more time? No. We don't have any requested continuances this evening either. However, I will move on to our subcommittee reports. In addition to their service on the Planning Commission, members also serve on various town subcommittees. Do commissioners have any recent reports from recent meetings? Vice Chair Kane?
Commissioner O'Donnell and I attended the Historic Preservation Committee today. We had one application, 17250 Pine Avenue, requesting that property be removed from the Historic Resources Inventory. And we unanimously found that the building was not associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the town. No significant persons are associated with the site. There are no distinctive characteristics of type, period, or method of construction or representation of work of a master, and or the integrity had been compromised such that the structure no longer had the potential to convey significance. And fourth and final, the structure does not yield information to town history. These are the findings that we have to make to remove a dwelling unit from the historic inventory, and we did.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
I, as well as Commissioner Hudis and Commissioner Erickson, sit on the General Plan Committee, and we completed our review of the North 40 specific plan potential amendments at our last meeting, and the Planning Commission, we will be hearing it tomorrow. And I think all the information is included in the packet.
Thank you. All right. Verbal communications. At this time, members of the public are invited to address the Commission on any item not on tonight's agenda. I have a speaker card from John Shepherdson. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So just briefly, just a little printout. We have about $54 million in unfunded liabilities here in the town, and so a suggestion. The challenge is we have a coming recession that will cause a loss of revenue in the town. CalPERS probably is going to have to reduce their ROI on their investments. There's quite a bit of pressure to have that done because the projected rate hasn't met the actual rate. Unions are fighting that increase. And then here in the town, 39.6% of our expenditure budget's for the police. We have a large police force, which means large pensions, and we're going to have to pay those out for many years. 17% of our streets are in very poor condition. And there's a push now to reduce traffic mitigation fees that businesses pay, so that's going to be pushed on to the taxpayers. So possible solutions. One is an ad hoc committee. And this is from a book, The Passion for Leadership by Robert Gates. Any fool can, and all too often does, dictate change from the top in a public or private sector bureaucracy. Fundamental to success, though, as I think I made clear now, is inclusiveness, getting as many people involved as possible, especially among the career professionals. And then he's found that ad hoc committees, task forces, those kinds of things are quite effective in effectuating change. And basically, we have this looming financial problem that is not really talked about much in the town, and the question is how we're going to address it. And so I'd suggest that an ad hoc committee be set up to address that. And one of the issues I think that needs to be looked at is our expenditure budget for the police department is 39.6%. And I've sent this on to the town council. For example, in Cupertino, which is about double our population, as a percentage of their expenditure budget, their police budget is 9%. And a total of, I think it's 11.9 million, and ours is, on the expenditure side, 13.9 million. So I think whatever your views, that at least it's something that's worthwhile looking at when Cupertino, which is a larger community and by third-party entities is rated safer than Los Gatos, and they're spending less for their policing than us, that we should, at a minimum, look for it. And my suggestion is an ad hoc committee or perhaps a third-party professional entity like Management Partners. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson, for your comments. Don't go away. Commissioner Birch may have a question for you.
I actually have a question of staff. You have been discussing this particular item with us for a while. And I'm curious if there has been any discussion or conversation as far as council or within staff about the ad hoc committee to review different numbers and options as far as this item has gone.
So for about 3 years now, like you're correct, it has been brought up. Council has had a couple of reports done on it, but each year during their priorities and goals, if it is brought up, it doesn't reach the level of priorities and goals for the council, so it doesn't go any further than that. And it'll probably come up again in January. In the January, council does its priorities and goals again, and if it comes up and gets a majority, then certainly things would be looked into.
Thank you.
Mr. Shepherdson, you'll probably have an opportunity to speak at that hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody like to speak to us on any item not on tonight's agenda? I see no one coming forward. I will move to our consent items, for which we have 2 items. The first one is approval of minutes, for which we don't have any minutes tonight. So we will move to item number 2, which is the adoption of the 2017 Planning Commission meeting schedule. Do I have a motion to approve? Okay, motion by Commissioner O'Donnell to approve. Do I have a second? Commissioner Birch, second. I will call the question. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Our first public hearing is item number 3, 15565 Camino del Cerro, subdivision application M-16-007, architecture and site applications S-16-045 through S-16-047, requesting approval to demolish an existing single-family residence, subdivide 1 lot into 3 lots, and construct 3 new single-family residences on property zoned R-18, APN 523-23-094. Just to be noted that this item is a continuation from October 26th of 2016. May I have a show of hands from commissioners who have visited the site? Are there any disclosures from commissioners? See none. Ms. Puga, I understand you're providing us with the staff report this evening.
That's correct. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. On October 26th of this year, the Commission considered a subdivision application to subdivide the subject property into 3 lots and 3 architecture and site applications to construct 3 new single-family homes. The Commission continued the item to the agenda this evening and directed the applicant to consider their concerns regarding floor area, house color, and privacy. In response to the Commission's first concern, the applicant has reduced the size of Lot 1 from 3,390 square feet to 3,197 square feet. In addition, the applicant has analyzed properties within 3,000 square feet of the project site and found that there are 8 homes in the greater neighborhood to the west and south that are larger in terms of square footage. In addition, the applicant has modified the exterior color of the residence on Lot 2 to address the Commission's concern from a white color to a light gray with beige tones. And lastly, the applicant has, has responded to the Commission's concern regarding potential privacy intrusions by proposing 24-inch box trees along the side property lines of each residence. The proposed height of each tree can range between 15 and 30 feet. Staff believes that the applicant has addressed the Commission's concerns by providing data that the homes are compatible with the greater neighborhood, by reducing the square footage of the residence on Lot 1, by modifying the exterior color of the home on Lot 2, and by providing additional landscaping for each home. This completes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Puga. Questions for staff? Commissioner Hudes.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, and everything is organized here according to the issues that were brought up last time, so appreciate that. With regard to the privacy issue, there were several options that were presented or discussed in the last meeting, including eliminating some windows. There's a great number of windows on the sides of the buildings, and also actually locating one of the properties a little bit further back. So the question is, were those discussed at all with the applicant before coming to the conclusion that the best way to do it is with some shrubs?
So the applicant can speak further to that, but based on staff's analysis, their evaluation was that many of those windows along the side elevation were clear story windows. They had high sill height, so they wouldn't have any kind of impact from that respect, and any additional potential privacy impacts from any other windows that didn't have those high sill heights would be addressed through the landscaping.
Commissioner Hanson, followed by Commissioner O'Donnell.
I was curious. I was at the property today, and I noticed there were some story poles on the ground, so I wondered, was there any adjustments made to the story poles for the reduction in size of the Lot 1?
The applicant did not make any modifications to the story poles from the October 26th meeting.
Okay.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm just curious about the larger neighborhood. Normally, we use the 225. Apparently, this time there was some difficulty with that. But I guess I'm just wondering what future application do we have for what we did or what you're recommending today?
So in staff's analysis, we were still looking at the 225. We provided you the additional square footage for the multifamily homes across the street. But our evaluation was solely based on the 225, and the information about homes within 3,000 square feet was purely by the applicant to just provide a greater additional information about what is out there.
So the discussions of that in your staff report was by way of interest?
It was
I thought there was
direction.
some discussion and use of the term greater neighborhood by you. You're saying that's just the applicant?
Well, the greater neighborhood was referring to that we were looking at the properties provided by the applicant, which were beyond the 225. So that's what the greater neighborhood was referring to.
Okay, and I'm just trying to understand. In the past, we've been told to just look at 225. With the introduction of this greater neighborhood concept, I just want to see what your take on it is. I understand you to say it's not yours, it's theirs. So I assume
This information was provided based on the direction from the Planning Commission last time to either make a small reduction in the size of the homes or provide data that demonstrates that the homes are compatible with the greater neighborhood. So that was purely based on Planning Commission direction from the last meeting.
okay, then let me ask you, as far as the staff is concerned, as what we are supposed to do as opposed to considering the quote-unquote greater neighborhood, which to the best of my knowledge has never been defined, except we do it empirically, I guess, in this case. I assume we're supposed to stay with 225.
So 225 is in the guidelines. That is not the be-all, end-all. At the last meeting, the Planning Commission asked them to look at the greater neighborhood. That was one of the options. That's the information they provided. There is not a definition of greater neighborhood or surrounding area. They are simply responding to the Planning Commission's direction.
I'm not criticizing staff. I'm just trying to derive where we go from here should this come up again. And I take it you don't have a recommendation as to how to interpret particularly a greater neighborhood or even whether it should be used normally.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions from commissioners? Seeing none, I will now open the public testimony portion of the hearing and allow the applicant and their team 10 minutes to address the commission. I have a speaker card from Melissa Leet and Doug Macbeth.
Do you have the clicker to make the slides change?
Oh, it's right here. You can just click to the side.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. So, as Jocelyn was saying, during our October meeting, the Planning Commission brought up 3 concerns regarding the project.
Ma'am,
Can you hear me
yes.
better now?
Much
Yeah.
better, thank you.
One was the size of the properties in relationship to the neighborhood. The other was the color palette of the lot number 2. And the third was the privacy of between each of the homes in the homes looking onto the neighborhood. So we did an analysis, not clear, and the reason that the 225 isn't perfectly applicable in this instance is across the street we have a mixed-use development. And so what we did was we looked in a 4-block radius of the property, and we found 16 homes that were greater than 3,000 square feet. And then what we looked at was the average of that square home compared to the average of our 3 homes. And we found that of the 16 homes, and I'll show you a map of where they're located in relationship to the property, our homes were actually 60 feet. The average of our homes compared to the average of the 16 were 60 feet smaller. And what we feel equally importantly, if you look at our floor area ratio compared to the other 16 homes, we're significantly smaller. So we are 19% compared to their average of 37%, and that's because our lots are significantly larger than any of the other homes in the area. And we looked at something else that would give a sense of how the houses would fit, particularly as you're passing them from the street. And these are rough estimates because we were using Google Earth, but we basically measured the widths of the facades of all the houses in the cul-de-sacs surrounding the property. And as you can see from the data, the average of, if we took the average of all the cul-de-sacs of all the homes of the width, they would have come out to 59 linear feet, where our average is 53 feet. So as you pass the properties from the street, they're not going to feel particularly large in relationship to all the other houses in the neighborhood. The other thing that we did was we reduced the mass and the size of our Lot 1 house, which was our biggest house, so by 135 square feet. So now all 3 of our houses are smaller than the house directly to the left at 15605 Camino del Cerro. In terms of addressing the color palette, we changed the white color of our old farmhouse, and we added tones of gray and black to kind of subdue the brightness of the white and kind of enrich and create a more variegated palette. And here's our material specs. And in terms of privacy, and Doug will speak to a little bit more, can address the concerns more architecturally, but we did feel that the best solution indeed was to provide some tree screening, which we've done in between each of the houses. And to address the concerns for our neighbors on Maria Teresa Court, we're going to keep the existing pine screens that are already there. We will protect them per code, and if any, despite all that protection, if any of those trees are damaged, we'll replace them. In addition to that, we're going to be providing additional screening. And the idea will be at the end of all that, there will be both the backyards of the houses all along Maria Teresa Court will be absolutely shielded from the development. Do you want to maybe speak 1 sec to the... Sure.
My name is Doug Macbeth with Mark Gross Architects. And when the concern was brought up about the privacy between the homes. I know we had a discussion last time about the windows on the sides of the homes are primarily clear story windows with sills that are high, at least 6 feet tall. We do have a few minor places where if you look on, there was a new sheet that was created in the package. It's sheet A-S.1, where I created a site plan that shows all of the second floor plans on one sheet. And we actually only have very few instances where we have windows neighbor to neighbor that are a full window, for instance, a bedroom window, that look into each other. So that would primarily be on parcel 2 on the right side. There's a bedroom that's interior, and there's a bedroom on parcel 3 on the left side. And the rooms on those plans, we're always trying to provide as much light and ventilation and windows on every side of an available exterior wall in a room. So that best solution was to provide the screening trees, since we have such large side yards on these plans. I also show that there's I put the dimensions between these windows. They are 22 feet between parcel 3 and parcel 2. We really don't have any windows between parcel 2 and parcel 1 other than a hallway window that looks into parcel 2, and it's approximately 30 plus feet from the next house. So we felt by keeping the current floor plan configuration, which has such a minor issue on the privacy window issue, we thought it would be nicer to provide the trees and keep as much light and ventilation we can in the rooms as possible. So basically, we feel like we have such minimal amount of windows on the sides that are full height windows, which are egress windows. The rest are primarily clear story windows. And another topic that kind of came up at one point was maybe shifting the homes kind of up and down on the lot. We do have the houses back about, on average, probably about 10 feet from where the front setback is. And I know we have these big, deep lots on this property, which it really is an asset for this site to be able to provide a homeowner with a large, flat backyard in this community. But we still wanted the houses to feel like they're part of the community. We didn't want to push them back. Because we have porches on the front, we wanted them to be inclusive into the community rather than be kind of pushed back with long concrete driveways. So we felt the best solution was the tree screening.
Any further questions? Commissioner Hudes.
Yeah, so with regard to the shrub screening between parcel 2 and parcel 3, and by the way, I appreciate the consideration that you've given to this. It wasn't apparent in the last hearing, so I know this has taken some effort to think about it, and that's really what I wanted to hear, that there's been some thought given to this, because I think it's important, even for 2 new homes, to kind of honor the guidelines that we have with regard to privacy and the way that we deal with privacy in other parts of the town. Will the shrub be adequate, 24-inch shrub be adequate to do that screening kind of right from the outset, or will it take a few years or some period of time for that to work in that particular location between parcel 2 and parcel 3?
Our landscape architect isn't here tonight, but the trees that he provided, is it listed on here, the height of the tree?
I think it's a 24-inch box.
A 24-inch box tree, and it's a tree that I think is already fairly tall when it's delivered to the site, and I think it'll just fill in as time goes by. Mm-hmm. So it will take some time for it to provide the screening.
I'm sure if the if the town has looked at it and you've looked at it, it makes sense. But I would encourage us to pay attention to that as these are being constructed, right. Because that's really not the kind of situation that we want to have.
Right.
So if the shrubs are the best way to do it, And if that shrub is going to be tall enough, then that makes sense to me.
Right, and I feel confident that our landscape architect addressed it properly.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
I wanted to ask a question, sort of comment on the neighborhood analysis that you did, and thank you for doing that. Since what we're used to looking at is a kind of a blend of the entire neighborhood, I was having trouble kind of linking this to something that we could normally consider in a decision-making context. So, other than the fact that the fire is much lower, if you look at, I drove around all these houses that you had on your list, and if you look at any one of those streets, they have maybe the 1 or 2 or 3 houses, and then there's like 20 or 30 more that are less than 3,000 square feet. So I was trying to reconcile that in terms of what's really happening with the neighborhood, and your conclusion was that the neighborhoods around there are also turning into over 3,000 square foot houses, but I didn't find that. So I was just trying to think how you could help me see that your conclusion that the neighborhoods are all turning to 3,000 square foot houses when there's only like 2 or 3 houses out of 20 or 30 that are actually 3,000 square feet on most of those streets.
I don't think we're arguing that the neighborhoods are all shifting over to much larger homes, but what we are saying within a 4-block radius, there are examples of larger homes. And I think the other thing, by looking at the widths of the facades of the houses, because our lots are so much larger than the other houses in the area, our widths are small, and so the depth or some of the feeling of bulk or mass is more absorbed in the back end of the lots. And so in that sense, we feel that you maintain the harmony and you're proportional with and consistent with the scale of the neighborhood. So we're not going to be dropping mammoth homes in that will feel greatly out of context.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Birch.
This may be not so much a question for the applicant, but it does follow up with a question that Commissioner Hanson just asked. In the past, we have very much focused this conversation on the 332 and, 322, sorry. It's been a long day. It's been a very long day. 225. Maybe I shouldn't ask my question. Yeah. So I think where I was going is knowing how other conversations have gone, very similar to this, and we've been very limited to that. I'm very uncomfortable with this greater neighborhood, and I'm wondering, as far as the commission, how much are we supposed to put any weight to this idea of this greater neighborhood? Because our guidelines are pretty strict on what we're supposed to be looking at.
So that will be an individual commissioner determination.
Okay.
They provided this information, as I stated before, because it was requested by
Yes.
the Planning Commission.
Yeah, which I wasn't there at that one, so I
If you also
gather that.
look through, the 225 is one mechanism, and that is a mechanism that has been fairly strictly adhered to by the Planning Commission, but as has been noted by staff as well as council on other items, that's not where you stop. It doesn't necessarily have to be where you stop. You can choose to stop there.
Okay.
And in this case, there is the home adjacent to it that's larger than all 3 of these. But that will be up to each individual commissioner as to whether or not they feel comfortable with this, or this additional data helps them feel more comfortable with the proposed project.
Okay. So if we have extenuating circumstances, such as an apartment complex or a hill across the street, we can take within our own purview to look beyond.
You do have that ability to interpret any of the town's guidelines or policies, and so you do have that option.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. At this time, I would invite comments from members of the public, but I don't have any speaker cards to speak on this item unless somebody would like to come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will now invite the applicant back up for another 5 minutes to address the commission. If you like.
We've made all our points. Thank you.
All right. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. The public testimony portion of the hearing is now closed. Do commissioners have questions, comments, or a motion? Vice Chair Kane.
I'm going to go to the point that 2 or 3 commissioners have made, and I may be interpreting their remarks incorrectly, so I'll say my remarks are, I have a passionate need to defend 225. I understand, as you said, it's not the be-all to end-all, but I'm really concerned with this application that it's getting mushed aside, and that grabs me, because that's one of our main tools in doing our job. And without that tool, we're really up a river. I want to read some things. How to read your neighborhood from the residential design guidelines. The greatest attention will be given to the immediate neighborhood, later defined as 225. The greatest attention will be given to the immediate, where nearby homeowners are most likely to be confronted with the new house or addition on a daily basis, where other residents driving by are most likely to see the new structure in the context of the nearby homes. Now, I may go far afield on this, but that's not just about building blocks or logos. They're going to the feeling that the new houses convey to the other houses or to the neighborhoods. And my concern, I could be dead wrong, that we're being dismissive about the development across the street. What they're talking about here are the feelings of the people who live in that neighborhood, who then will be confronted by, not in this case necessarily, but much nicer, much bigger, much this, and I don't think we can be dismissive of 225 in the context that it seems to have been written, just because it's whatever it is. It's a development across the street. That's the phrase that's been used a couple of times. This is a reference now to greater neighborhood, and it's the only one I could find. The presence of significantly different house styles or large-scale houses located at a greater distance from the applicant's site will be given less weight than the immediate neighborhood. So, there's grounds here for a sticky wicket. I appreciate the fact that in this case, the applicant was doing what the commission suggested. I didn't make that suggestion. I didn't pick the gravity of the suggestion at the time. But I don't, the exhibit that was given to us, 1, 2, 3, I think they defined it as 4 square blocks, but I counted 11 different streets, and that just abrogates everything that is on that key critical page of the residential design guidelines. And I'd suggest it's not the best way to look at a project in the future. We have language. You have to make up our language. I think I've said what I've said, but I'm very concerned. If we give up our tools, we don't get them back. We have a definition of immediate neighborhood. We have a dismissal of sorts of the greater neighborhood. And we have that interesting sentence on people driving by and people being confronted by these new houses. And I look at it from the standpoint of the development. Maybe that would be a confrontation. I'm not sure.
Well, we appreciate those comments very much. And I know that Commissioner O'Donnell had his hand up next, followed by Commissioner Birch, and then followed by Commissioner Erickson. Did you have your hand up as well? Okay. We'll get to all of you. Commissioner O'Donnell first.
Let me say this, that I think the 225 is a good rule. However, it doesn't apply to every circumstance. And I'm not looking at the greater neighborhood here, but I am looking at the unusual circumstances of across the street. This is not, to me, what the 225 was designed for. We've heard, to the best of my recollection, nothing from those neighbors across the street, which might be some indication of their feeling about the house. Secondly, these three lots are really unusual lots. They're very, very large lots compared to the neighborhood. And one additional thing is that the house immediately to the right-hand side is, in fact, bigger. So I agree with Commissioner Kane that we shouldn't throw out the 225, but I don't think we should apply it when it doesn't fit. And I, for one, think it doesn't fit here, but I'm not suggesting, I don't find the greater neighborhood helpful. And my view, which is now sympathetic to the applicant, is not based on the greater neighborhood. It's based on a reasonable application of defining the affected neighborhood. And I don't think, personally, the way that this house is designed should take into consideration, as presently designed, what I would call unusual houses across the street. They're not the way we normally apply the 225, at least in my experience. So I just want to say that because I want Commissioner Kane to understand, from my position at least, I'm not in favor of throwing out the 225, and I'm not in favor of adopting something called, it's like the greater good. I have enough problems without defining all that. So,
Thank you. Commissioner Birch?
Actually, we can go ahead to Mr. Erickson.
Okay, Erickson, and then followed by Commissioner Hudis.
So let me read from the same page that Commissioner Kane was reading for part of the thing which he did, part of the guidelines which he chose not to read. It says in part at the very bottom, right above the diagram that's being discussed, common sense should be used when applying the diagram below to a specific site context. The diagram below illustrates the town's interpretation of the immediate neighborhood in standard subdivisions. There are several factors in determining an immediate neighborhood when this diagram may not be applicable. These factors include, but are not limited to, location and visibility of the building. For example, terrain of the lots, lots of multiple frontages, and diversity of parcel size. So if one looks at page 4 and takes into consideration the multifamily units, let me read the lot sizes to you. 1,400, 1824, 1824, 2,666, 2,666, 2,666, compared to lots of 16,406, 17,222, 17,336. Seems to me that represents a significant diversity of lot size that would suggest that one shouldn't apply this in a strict constructionist manner in this case. It also seems to me that the houses being proposed are being proposed in quite a responsible manner from a land use perspective. The two lots immediately, if you're facing the property to the left, the total square footage that was divided into two lots is slightly larger, about a little over 18,000 square feet, than the three lots. At some point in time, someone developed that lot, that parcel that was a single parcel, and divided it into a flag lot and another lot in order to, and I'll use rough language, cram two houses onto an 18,000 square foot parcel. This person, this landowner is saying, I don't want to do that intensity. I'm going to put a house on those three lots, divide them, not try to maximize what I could get out of that area. That seems to me to be completely reasonable and responsible land use proposal to us. And if I were going to apply in a strict way, the diagram, one could argue that lots 2, the site, and lots 3 were actually these three lots. And then lot 1 would be the flag lot, which is larger, and lot 4 must be 101 Miramar, which is facing the other direction. So it seems like to me one could tease around forever about whether we are going to apply this. So I don't see interpreting this in a responsible manner as having anything to do with not adhering to the principle of the 225. It is following exactly what is in the guidelines, in my opinion. It's responsible interpretation of the guideline by this commission.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioner Hudis.
I have no question. Commissioner Erickson's comments covered any questions I would have had of staff.
I would also like to comment that we saw this in CDAC, and it did come to us as 4 lots, and they did reduce it to 3, and seeing it come through as 3 and reading the residential design guidelines, as much as I'm a stickler on the word shall, I would have to concur with Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Erickson, as I did at the last hearing. Commissioner Hanson.
I just wanted to comment in addition to Commissioner Erickson's comments. I looked at this, and although I don't really think that the additional neighborhood analysis was very helpful in terms of evaluating this, I think the thing that's really compelling about this application is the large lot size. And so I think that the FAR is going to be so much lower than other properties. And I don't know if the commissioners recall, we had heard another hearing earlier this year on the same street, and they also had a very large lot size. And so that was sort of the thing that kind of outweighed it being maybe bigger than you would have wanted it to be in terms of the immediate neighborhood. And I think we have to consider all of those factors when we make a decision. And for this, they do have the benefit of the very large lot sizes.
And as I recall, Commissioner Hanson, that property also had a huge cellar, just for the record. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I think I'll make a motion and see how far we can go, unless you want to do it.
No, you go.
Okay. The motion relating to the subdivision application and the architectural and site applications would be that first, we find that the Environmental Quality Act, as applied here, it would be categorically exempt under Section 1503. The new construction or conversion of small structures under 15315 and a minor land division, as more particularly set forth in Exhibit 2. We would make the required findings as required by Section 2910-09030E of the Town Code for granting approval of the demolition of a single-family residence. We'd make the required findings that the project is in conformance with the residential design guidelines. We'd make the required findings as required by Section 66474 of the Subdivision Map Act and the required considerations as required by Section 2920-150 of the Town Code for granting approval of architectural and site applications, and finally approve the subdivision application M16007 and architecture and site applications S16045 through S16047 with the conditions contained in Exhibit 3 and the development plans attached as Exhibit 14.
Commissioner Birch?
I will second the motion.
All right. Any further discussion? Vice Chair Kane.
I want to try to continue to make the point, although futilely perhaps, that the project, to me, redefines the neighborhood. Whereas the lot sizes are 812, 810 versus 16, 17, 17, the houses that are there are obviously therefore close together. And to do this real quickly, this is the size. 2,632, that's the big one. 22, 27, 27, 24, 23, 25, 23, 14, 10, 10, 12, 12, 12, 100 square feet. The applicant's houses are 3,200, 3,200, and 3,200. That's what concerns me. There are points that fit with the FAR, fit with the lot size, and the houses are certainly quality. But I'm going to stick on my point that this redefines the neighborhood, and I'm concerned about the future. So I've made my point.
Further discussion? I believe we all can agree to disagree, which is why I'm going to call the question at this time. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 3, 4, 5, 6-1. Vice Chair Kane opposed. So I am recusing myself from item number 4 as the project I must tell you all that there may be appeal rights on that action. So, Mr. Paulson, are there appeal rights on the actions of the commission on this item?
There are. Thank you, Chair. Anyone who's not satisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission can appeal that decision to the Town Council. The forms are available in the clerk's office. The appeal must be filed within 10 days, and there is a fee for filing the appeal.
Thank you. Apparently, I was so excited to tell you that I'm recusing myself again from another item, which is item number 4, as the project application is within 500 feet of my residence. I will return for item number 5, and Vice Chair Kane will be leading the meeting until my return.
This is item number 4 on our agenda. 360 Bella Vista Avenue, architect and site application S15053 and S15054, requesting approval to demolish an existing 2-family residence and construct 2 new single-family residences on property zoned R18. This is APN 529-22-083. May I see a show of hands from commissioners who have visited the site? Are there any disclosures? Seeing none. Ms. Puga, I understand you'll be giving the staff report this evening?
Good evening, Vice Chair and Commissioners. On May 9th of this year, the Planning Commission approved a subdivision application to subdivide the subject property into 2 lots and denied 2 architecture and site applications to construct 2 new single-family homes. The decision of the Commission was appealed by the applicant to the Town Council. The Town Council considered the appeal on May 3rd and remanded the applications back to the Planning Commission to reconsider homes that are smaller and more compatible with the neighborhood. In response to the Council's direction, the applicant submitted revised plans, which included an increase in the proposed front setbacks, a reduction in the floor area, and a reduction in the proposed height for each home, as illustrated on page 4 of your staff report this evening. The proposed homes at 2,960 square feet for Lot 1 and 2,954 square feet for Lot 2 would be the second and third largest homes in the immediate neighborhood with regards to square footage. The modifications made by the applicant to increase the front setbacks, reduce the floor area, and reduce the height have all provided mitigation for the mass and scale of each proposed home. Staff recommends approval of the architecture and site applications based on the modifications made to each residence, compliance with the residential design guidelines, and compatibility with the immediate neighborhood in terms of square footage. This completes staff's presentation, and we are happy to assist any questions the Commission has.
Do we have questions of staff? I have a preliminary question, Ms. Puga. On page 2 of the staff report, under the heading background, it says the architect and site application were considered by Town Council. The appeal was granted, and the Town Council remanded the application to the Planning Commission. In the resolution, or the minutes of the Town Council meeting, the motion from Mayor Spector to adopt the resolution to deny the appeal. Which way do I go on that?
So it's an error in the resolution. The council, when they remand it back to the Planning Commission, they are granting the appeal and then remanding it back. So the language in the staff report is accurate.
So the mayor was inaccurate to deny the appeal? I just thought it was maybe legalese and you're trying to trick me.
We were not trying to trick you. Yeah, it was an error.
It was an error. All right, good. Other questions of Council? Commissioner Hudis.
I'm stepping into dangerous territory here, but 225, an immediate neighborhood, staff and interpretation of that. It seems as though there are not very many homes that would constitute immediate neighborhood here, but there's also a proposed home, I believe, across the street. What's the status of the application of 339 to 341 Bella Vista?
So that was heard at the last council meeting, and they continued it with some direction to the applicant, so that has not been, a final action has not been taken on that application.
Okay, and is there any relevant size or floor area ratio that is a maximum or anything to be considered here?
I'm not sure
that
quite
application?
there is not, because it's actually not in the immediate neighborhood.
It's not the immediate neighborhood, okay.
Correct.
So which are the immediate neighborhood homes on the chart? This one has a wide variety. I'm looking at Exhibit 1, and I'm trying to apply 225, and I'm having some difficulty with that. Which are the homes, because it's hard to tell, I can't tell by the addresses. I mean, there's not addresses on this.
If you're looking at Exhibit 1, so pretend you're standing in front of the subject property 360 Bella Vista. So
Right.
to the right-hand side is where 354 Bella Vista, 350, and 346 Bella Vista are. And then the addresses above are going to be to the left-hand side of Bella Vista. And then
Okay.
we've got 385, which is across the street on the west side of Bella Vista.
That's the large lot?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only one that's considered immediate neighborhood?
That's directly across. There are no homes.
Right. And 339 to 341, that's not relevant because that's further south?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner, unless I misunderstand, the chart on page 5 might be helpful. When I drove by, the addresses were, as pointed out, essentially to the left, the subject property, and then to the right, as they've made out that chart. Commissioner Hanson?
I had two policy questions for staff. The first one is about the nature of the appeal. So the appeal was granted with direction to be remanded back to the Planning Commission. So there wasn't a specific direction about how much size reduction. So, I mean, since their appeal has already been granted, I mean, if we thought that it wasn't enough, I mean, do we have grounds to deny it as long as they made a reduction of any sort? Because, you know, the amount of reduction that they made was in total from the first time that we heard it. I know they reduced it when they went to council, and again, is only about 10%. And that still puts them well above the average in the neighborhood. So that's my question for staff is like, what room do we have in terms of that? Is it our determination, interpretation? Is that enough, or do you have a feeling for what council thought? And I have a second question after that.
So the council didn't provide specific amounts for them to reduce it. They simply said make a reduction and make it more compatible with the neighborhood. The Planning Commission has the discretion to choose whether the modifications they've made this evening meet that direction of the council to make them smaller and more compatible.
Okay, thank you. So my second question is about the seller policy. So I know that the seller policy is under review. The policy committee has been meeting about it, and in this particular case, the seller, which isn't really a seller, they call it a basement in their materials to the neighbors and everything, doesn't count towards the square footage, and it's 1,400 square feet. And if it did, you know, that would put them well over the acceptable amount of square footage. So my question is, where does that stand? And if the changes to the seller policy were applicable to this, I mean, would it change the nature of this application? Because I thought that they had already made the determination of what to change. It just hasn't been approved by council yet.
That discussion actually is going back to the council policy committee tomorrow morning. So the change has not been made, and the change that is proposed would not affect this project. The change that is proposed to be made is if there is currently we have a distinction between cellar and basement. And just to clear the record, the proposal here, even though they may have called it basement, it is cellar, and it meets our cellar definition. So it is cellar. But the change is to take a look at the kind of generally the in lieu of visible mass. So potentially eliminate the distinction between cellar and basement and basically change the definition of gross floor area to state something along the lines of if at any point on any elevation the cellar or basement or lower level, whatever you want to call it, is more than 4 feet above grade at any point, then that entire area would count as FAR. And so that gets to the point of when it is out of the ground, it is actually contributing to the visible mass. And so that's the distinction that they will be considering tomorrow.
Okay.
Other questions of staff? I will open the public portion of the hearing and allow the applicant 10 minutes to address the commission. I don't know that I have a card for the applicant. please state your name and address for the record? And if you leave the podium, take the microphone with you.
I won't. My name is John Brady. I live at 20103 Foster Road. My wife and I have lived in this area since 1975. With this project that we have before you tonight, the purpose and intent of this is to enable the Mike Drew family, a family of 5, my daughter and our 3 grandchildren, to stay in Los Gatos. It takes exceptional effort to keep a young family here in Los Gatos, and we're doing our best to do so. We closed on this property, believe it or not, in April of 2015, and over this past 20 months, we've been working extremely hard and intently to get this project ready to go. Accordingly, though, we do want to thank town staff for their guidance and support, and we especially want to thank our neighbor, Carol Hamilton. I was going to say the 225 thing, but I'm not sure what that means yet. But anyway, she's been great, and we appreciate her support. So I'm going to keep my comments limited to that, except I do want to introduce Mike Black. Mike is not only our general contractor, but he's also going to be the future owner of the other half parcel, who will be developing that property himself. Thank you very much.
Hi, Commissioners. Thanks for having us. I'm the applicant, Michael Black. First, I'd like to thank Jocelyn for all of her hard work on this project, as well as her thorough staff report. I'd also like to thank Joel for his ongoing assistance on this project. We've had the opportunity to meet with staff as well as our neighbors, and we really feel like we've made the necessary revisions for a compatible project. We've decreased the square footage of the homes, we've increased the front setback of the houses, and we've also decreased the overall height of the houses. We've also included some tree planting along the northern driveway to act as a landscape buffer for our neighbors. Right now, Chris is going to go ahead and go over the architecture.
Well, the architecture really hasn't changed much. I think the significant thing is...
Mr. Spaulding, not everyone knows you as well as I do. Could you introduce yourself?
Okay, I'm sorry. Chris Spaulding, architect. So I think the significant thing we did was is together the lessening the floor area was not huge at 10 or 11%, substantially increasing the setback, especially for Lot 1, which the more that houses are set back, the less the apparent bulk is from the street, and then also lowering the houses. Together, those 3 things make a substantial difference. And in your packet, there's the diagram that shows the current proposal with the outline of the original proposal, and you can kind of see all things acted together. It makes a big difference. Yeah. So we made some other little things, like took out a couple of bedrooms to address the issue of too many cars, too many people living in these buildings, and too many cars. Yeah, that's it.
Questions for any of the speakers? Commissioner O'Donnell.
When I went out and looked at the property and tried to figure out what I should compare the proposal to, there are a lot of single-story homes in the neighborhood. The 2-story homes seem to be further down the block. So I have a sort of threshold question, and that is, where is the nearest 2-story house to these 2 houses?
Well, technically, there's, I think it's 2 to the right, and across the street are 2-story homes. The one to the right, the second story is more in the back of the house, so it's not as apparent. And the one across the street, the second story is downslope, so it's not as apparent. The 2-story homes that are more like this one would be 3 houses to the left across the corner, which used to be Commissioner Jensen's house. I don't know if she still lives there. And then across Bella Vista Court on the other direction, and of course Bella Vista Court, and of course behind on Templeton.
The reason I asked the question is that, particularly, I think it's the house on the right-hand side. The prior picture, if you put it back up, has the two houses, and it seemed to me that the
Third picture?
I don't know if it was color, but it was two houses.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, it was colored. The house on the right just is, maybe I'm wrong, but it appears to be appreciably higher, and yet I don't think the numbers support that, than the house on the left. So could you compare the numbers again on the height?
Do
you want me to answer that one?
Between the R2 proposed houses?
Yeah, the two maximum heights on both. I'm saying the house on the right, it may be the color, it may be the drawing, it looks substantially higher, and yet, if I recall your numbers correctly, it is not substantially higher. So I just want some comfort there.
Well,
It is substantially different.
Well, the floor elevation, there's a height difference in the lot. So Lot 1 has a floor elevation of 400, and Lot 2 has a floor, which is the one on the right, has a floor elevation of 401.5. So the first floor is a 1.5 feet taller due to the grade change. And then Lot 2 is 6 inches taller.
Yeah.
So the total height
of
difference-
2 foot taller.
Okay.
Yeah.
18 inches of it is based on the grades.
Yeah. Slope of the ground.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Hudis.
I'm having trouble reconciling the changes that have been made and the timing of those changes. The diagram that you showed a few minutes ago, that showed changes that were made from when the Planning Commission reviewed this until today. Is that correct?
Right. So the Lot 2, or let's start with Lot 1, the house went from 3322 originally when you first saw it at Plan Commission, and then now we're proposing 2960. And there was when it went to the council, we made a intermediary reduction that we've reduced further from.
So to me, that number is very relevant because that's a number that the council did not accept, the intermediary, not the original proposal. So that's where I'm trying to make sure, because there's big differences between the numbers in the staff report and the numbers in your letter. So my first question on Exhibit 6, when was this letter written?
That's your...
Was that after the council?
The letter of justification was updated in October.
So that's after the council
Yes.
heard the matter and sent it back. So on page 2, it says we've increased the front setback by 14 feet. Yet in the staff report, I think it says from 36 to 40 feet, which is, I believe, 4 feet, not 14 feet. Is that correct?
Right. That's, yes. On page 4, that's the changes made from the town council hearing. Correct.
On page 4 of the staff report,
Right.
but on the letter, you're using the original numbers rather than the application that went to the council.
Exactly.
And similarly with the square footage reduction, because I'm trying to evaluate how's the square footage been reduced per the council's direction. The staff report, again, differs from this letter. This letter says that there's an 11% reduction of one home and a 10% of the other. When I did the calculations based on the staff report, I came up with a 5% reduction on one home and only a 2% reduction in the other home, since the council gave direction to reduce the size. Am I correct?
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Okay, so that I just question why the letter was written. It didn't reference the submission that was made to the council.
His letter was based on what you had seen originally, the total reduction from the original proposal to the current proposal. What you're looking at, the staff report, is the reduction from the town council to now, and so that's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Yes, Commissioner.
So one of the things I did want to check on, I was reading back on some of the comments from the neighbors. I believe previously, when you had been in front of us, there was a next-door neighbor that had some concerns. And we talked a lot about outreach in the community and doing a little bit more. So can you walk me through the community outreach? And I believe that next-door neighbor is now supporting, but can you verify those for me?
Yes, our immediate neighbor to the north is Carol Hamilton. We've met with her several times. The latest meeting we met with, she agreed, and she actually wrote a letter, email to Joel, which you do have as Exhibit 8, said that she would not appeal the project, or would not go against the project, and that the other thing that we were going to add was the tree screening along the northern driveway for her privacy. She was happy that we were setting the houses back 40 feet to preserve her view of the hills to the south.
Okay, thank you, because that's what I remember her comments being, was her concern of the views. So she feels that those have been properly addressed and obviously has sent the email of support then. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just have a housekeeping question. The letter you wrote, which is Exhibit 6, is undated, which is kind of unusual. But if I understood what you said a few moments ago, you said the letter was written after the most recent council meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have an approximation as to what the date of your letter is?
I believe it's October, actually maybe October 29th, around there.
Is there any reason there's no date on your letter?
It's completely by accident. I think we were going over a lot of renderings of this, a lot of revisions of this letter before submitting officially. So, apologize.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
You made reference in your letter, in some of your, I think it was in your letter, about the trees, because you had increased the setback, you were able to save more of the trees. And so I was kind of going back to the original proposal we saw, and so I was kind of hoping for like an understanding of before and after. Is it just the one tree that is saved as a result of this, or is there additional benefits? Because that's, an area where there's a lot of protected trees. And so,
well, the benefit is really by moving the house, setting the house further back, we're able to preserve it and really beautify it. Whereas before, the house was sitting a little further forward, and we were going to have to trim it up just a little bit more to make things work. So I think by setting it further back, we're able to preserve the specimen. It's a nice tree, and also for lot 2 to the south. We didn't change the grades on that. That's why there's significant grades between the two houses, because we're preserving the 5 oaks along the right-hand side where the driveway is. So that's why we weren't able to lower that house.
Is that different, though, than what we saw before? I mean, the one difference I noticed in your comments was just that one tree in the front. So there.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change. It just means that we were able to preserve it in a better manner.
Okay.
Commissioner Hudas.
Just a minor follow-up. In the comment from neighbor at 323 Templeton Lane, there was a concern noted about the trees at the back of the property. Will the trees at the back of the property be removed, or will they remain?
They are going to remain, and you can actually see them on the colored rendering in the back over here. Those are the redwood trees that they're alluding to.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for any of the speakers? Thank you very much. I'll now invite comments from members of the public. If you've not already turned in a speaker card, this would be a good time to do that. I have a card from Eleanor Leishman. And you'll correct me, please, if I said that incorrectly.
My name right, thank you. It's Leishman. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Eleanor Leishman. I live on Bella Vista. I live 5 houses south of 360 Bella Vista. And I'm here this evening to ask you to deny this application. I'm asking you to deny it for the same reasons you denied it last time. These properties are too big, and they're still not compatible with our neighborhood. Bella Vista Avenue isn't Bluebird Lane, and it isn't Bella Vista Court. These houses might be appropriate in Bluebird Lane, where there's a kind of homogeneous design of large houses on smaller lots. On Bella Vista, those two houses grouped together as they are, even with the setbacks and the refinements that have been made, are still going to dominate the block. Those houses around them are mostly one-story houses, as you noted. They're much smaller homes. Some of the larger homes, actually the largest one, 385, I believe it's 385 on the other side of the street. It's a lot of that bulk and mass of that 3,000 plus square foot house is disguised from view on Bella Vista. It would be very visible from down the hill. So I really urge you to deny this application and request that the applicant make more of an effort to reduce the sizes. I mean, if you compare the sizes of these houses as was presented to the town council versus what's being presented now, there's a net loss of 164 square feet on Lot 1 and 62 square feet on Lot 2. And those were sizes presented to the town council that they didn't even think were worth considering. Those were minimal changes. So we're really not talking about much here in terms of the square footage. And if you look at the side elevations of these houses also, you realize how massive they are. There's just windows and windows along both sides. It's quite remarkable. They're very grand, and I do like some of the setbacks and the things that they have done, but they've also, on Lot 2, added a 1,444 square foot cellar, which is more for you to discuss than for me. In any case, I would urge you to do everything you can to preserve the charm of Bella Vista, and I really love our street, and I know that you all travel on it, so you are aware of some of the other issues that we have, and I urge you to deny this application respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much. Any more cards? Patrick Tillman.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. My name is Pat Tillman. I live at 150 Maggie Court. I live with Mary Badami, who recused herself. I walk our dog easily 10 times a week up on Bella Vista right in front of this house. I'm familiar with it. Across the street, well, just in front of the house is a street. Just on the opposite side of that is about a 60-foot slope that starts building as you go south. So the 225 doesn't apply, but you have 2 and 2, and it's an open area. I am asking you to not allow this building. I spoke the last time we were here, and these buildings are far too big. They're not compatible with the neighborhood. I think I mentioned they just took 2 side buildings, made them perpendicular to the street, and stuffed them in. Yes, 6,000 square feet of home on, I believe, an 11,000 square foot lot. There was a young woman here. It's been brought up, and I think I'll run out of time because I always do. There was last time I was here, I think somebody asked me to sit down because I was yelling at somebody that was a neighbor in that 225 that voiced her opinion that her view was blocked, her privacy was invaded. It was just, the bulk and mass was just too much. I noticed she's not here. If she wrote a letter, I didn't particularly like the setting. She was intimidated by one of the applicants for standing her ground and saying she didn't like the size of this building. She'd lived there forever. So even whether she's here or not, I didn't get a chance to talk to her. I probably wouldn't recognize her right now. In any case, these buildings are far too big. They don't fit. They're just not compatible. Contrary to the representations, this is a textbook infill spec home build, taking advantage of the neighborhood. Neighborhood's a valuable neighborhood. Build them big, build them fast. and they're valuable, and that seems to be what they're building here, so I ask that you reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. I have no other cards, so I'm going to recall the applicant for 5 minutes of additional comment or rebuttal.
Thank you again. So based on those comments, the first thing we'd like to talk about was the two-story homes. We understand that the two-story homes are just two to the right, and then there's a third one to the right. Our analysis in going a little bit further along the two-story homes is that we have 15 immediate neighbors. Out of those 15 immediate neighbors, 6 are one-story, and those are all built before 1959. Since 1980, 9 of our closest neighbors have either built new houses or done additions, and those are all two-story homes. There's a clear transition from single stories, smaller stories, to two-story, a little bit larger houses. We understand that these homes are a little bit larger for the neighborhood, but we are below the largest in the area, the immediate neighborhood, which is across the street at 3,016 square feet. The reason why we didn't, in our letter, specify 5% reduction, then another 5% reduction, was because when we're coming back to you, we want to show you what we came with and now what we've returned with. That's why we have 10% reductions in the square footage. We have large reductions in the height, the increased front setbacks. The allusion to spec houses, yes, that's what I do for a living. I spec houses, but I'm also a general contractor, and I'm happy to say that John's hired me to build for his family. They're going to be living there. We're not selling that house. It's for the family. It's specified for them. I think that's about it, but if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Questions for the speaker? Commissioner Hudas.
So I'm looking at the council and the resolution that the council adopted asking the Planning Commission to reconsider the application for homes that are smaller and more compatible with the neighborhood. Can you maybe articulate some facts that I can use in my consideration that would support a finding that these houses are smaller and more compatible with the neighborhood? I understand there's not been a change in the architecture, and I understand that there's been a 2% reduction in size in one and a 5% reduction in the other. So those are the only facts that I have. I'd be interested in hearing other facts to support that. Thank you.
Yes, well, the fact was that we went to City Council without staff support. We were still the largest houses in the neighborhood. We were not the smallest ones. We were not smaller than the largest. The fact is that we are below the largest house in the neighborhood. We've met with staff numerous times. We've met with the neighbors, and this is where we've been pushed to take the houses. We've also increased the front setback, lowered the houses. We've said it enough. But the point is that when you are standing on the sidewalk over here in the street and you're looking at these houses, this is what you were looking at before. You're looking at this now. It is a completely different house. They're set further back. They're lowered down. We were able to manipulate the grades of the house just to keep them smaller. They're very compatible with, architecture-wise in the neighborhood. When you drive in this neighborhood, you go on Caldwell. When you drive through Caldwell, you have 27, 28, 2,900 square foot houses on 6,000 foot lots, 7,000 foot lots. That is your neighborhood. It might not be your immediate neighbors, 3 to the left, 3 to the right, 2 across the street, but it's your neighborhood. You are driving by those, and these are 11,000 foot lots, twice as large. We're just trying to do our best to, be compatible with the neighborhood, and this is where we've been told to be.
Sorry, Commissioner Hanson.
I wanted to ask a related question to what Commissioner Hughes just asked. So I'm having the same trouble. I'm trying to evaluate this relative to the council's direction. And I took the table on page 5 and I did a square footage analysis, an average of all the houses that are on Bella Vista. And then I did a second one that included the houses on Templeton Lane. And I came up with, and I'm not including your property, that a 2,000 square foot, 2,028 square foot average, 2,028 feet. And then 2,290 if you included the Templeton houses. And this is 3,000 square foot houses. So I'm trying to understand how I'm supposed to view this as being compatible with the neighborhood. That my second comment, and I would ask you to talk to this too, I'm pretty sure I brought this up in the last hearing. Our general plan is very clear that cellars are supposed to be used in lieu of above ground square footage to reduce bulk and mass. And in this particular case, we have a house that's almost at the max FAR. It's within a couple hundred feet of the max allowed square footage. And then there's an additional 1,500 square foot house. And to me, if you had a 1,500 square foot house above ground and then the 1,500 square foot cellar, you'd still have your 3,000 square foot, and then it would be in line, in keeping with the neighborhood. But I don't understand how the additional almost 1,500 square foot cellar adds, contributes to being compatible with the neighborhood and reducing above ground square footage.
Well, with regards to the cellar, when looking at the house straight on, you're not able to tell whether there's a cellar or not. Do you agree?
I agree with that, but if you consider it's in lieu of above ground square footage, you still see a 3,000 square foot house above ground.
Yes, but I guess what I'm alluding to is the reason for the extra square footage in that house is, as much as it is a quaint neighborhood, we all know that it's a thoroughbred for high schoolers, for parents driving down to Los Gatos, kids walking, everything else. So the idea of children walking and playing in the streets, it doesn't happen as much as we'd like. The basement, the cellar, is for the kids mainly. That's why people build them. That's why me as spec builders, that's why I usually build them, and I have in this town for a long time. We just did 334, 336, what was I going to say, Los Gatos Boulevard. We put cellars in there, and that's what homeowners want. They want the extra square footage for themselves. They want the square footage for the kids to play in so they don't have to go out there and play in the streets. I don't think we can penalize a homeowner for wanting to do that. In fact, I chose not to do that with our spec house, and that's pretty much just a choice. That's all it was. If I knew that we were going to be, not really penalized, but looked down upon for adding square footage in the cellar, then I think we would think about this project differently.
Well, the cellar, our town code currently does not add that square footage to your FAR to determine the FAR. But our general plan is very clear that the intent of the cellars is to reduce above ground square footage. So I heard your answer and I get that. Now, if you could comment on the other question I asked, which is, when you look at the average square footage, how are we supposed to call it compatible with the neighborhood when the average square footage on Bella Vista is closer to 2,000 square feet, and even including the houses on Templeton, it's 2,300 square feet?
Well, it's very hard to compare 1926, 1952, 1947, 1930-year-old houses with 2016-year-old houses. Things have changed. Houses are a little bit bigger. It's just the nature of what people want and how this neighborhood is in a neighborhood of transition. We have larger houses, we have small houses. On the corner, we've got the vice mayor with a 2,800 square foot house and a 7,000 foot lot. One door down from her is 2,962 square feet. One door down from them is 3,800 square feet. That's our little neighborhood. Our little neighborhood is 2,962 and 3,850 square feet. I understand the immediate neighbor is small. We have small houses. Carol Hamilton is a very small house next door. Door next to them is just as small. And they're on very large lots. They're on 11,000-foot lots. So I don't know, but if it's a neighbor in transition, something's going to happen with those houses. You don't necessarily need to penalize us by taking us down. And if you do suggest taking us down, where do you take us to? We're reducing. We keep going down, but there's no guidance. We've gotten the guidance that we thought that we needed and that we've really wanted for 18 months. Where do we need to be? And we feel like we're at the spot which is where we're supposed to be.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
When I looked at the house, I think it was yesterday, I looked at the story poles. Are those story poles current to now?
Those story poles were put up in August. Since August, they are current for now. And what happened was they were up in August, and that was for our neighbor Carol Hamilton to look at. They were pushed back. She approved them. Since then, we put them back up in November, but I've just been told that they were down a little flimsy lately with the storm.
No, what I'm wondering is the height of them. You had a reduction voluntarily before the town council, which they didn't find enough. You then made a 2% reduction in one and a 5% reduction in the other. When I went out and looked at the story poles, I assume that included the 2% and 5%. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing, and I'll look to the commissioners for any comments, questions, or a motion. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Just some comments. I was troubled by the last comment about they don't know how small is. The point is, when you come in larger than the neighborhood, it's up to you to figure out what the neighborhood is. We told you, we were fairly clear, we thought it was too large. The council thought, again, you reduced it from that till you got before them, and they said no. And then you reduced it by 2% on one of them. I mean, if that's a cry for we're doing something here, I really question that. You've got a two-story house. I looked at the story poles, particularly the house on the right. It's a very large house. And it is not true that that neighborhood, Bella Vista, at least down where you are, is a bunch of large houses. And the argument almost is, well, progress is being made. That's not our job. We're not supposed to implement the destruction of the neighborhood. And what you're proposing would, in my judgment, destroy the neighborhood. So if your argument is, well, that's life in the big city, you got the wrong guy.
Other questions? Commissioner Birch.
I'm going to look at this a little bit differently based on the conversation we just had on a previous application. Because originally, when we looked at this house, I struggled a little bit with, or looked at these homes with this idea of the immediate neighborhood because there's nothing across the street but a hill. So when I went out there, I actually walked quite lengthy all the way up and down. And so if I'm being told that I have a bit of discretion at looking, I am seeing that, on the streets, there are some larger homes and there are some smaller homes. I'm also seeing something that is, I think, a repeat occurrence that is probably something that needs to be a side conversation where applicants are being told to reduce the size of the home and they do it, but it's not enough, and the guidance that we provide. So I have a couple questions of staff following those statements. Like, one, is there any, as we're talking, I keep hearing the same house brought up between people here, the house on the right. Is there any way to divide this site and architectural application to be two applications, or does it have to be one?
So it currently is two different applications. So there is the opportunity to approve one and then continue the other, or deny or provide direction. It's up to the Planning Commission. You do have that option.
Okay. My second question, just for all clarifications, is there are no exceptions or variances being asked for in this application. This is truly a discussion about neighborhood compatibility, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question for staff. On page 5 of the staff report, am I interpreting this correctly, that as I face the subject property, the two houses to the right are both one story, and the two houses to the left are both one story? And was Commissioner Hansen's data correct that it would seem to be that the average size was 2,200, around that, and that these two guys are around 3,000 each? Is that correct?
Your question about the stories is correct. I don't know about the average. Staff didn't do that calculation.
And the reason staff didn't do that calculation is we don't use an average as a determining factor.
Right. We seem to be saying that one house is bigger than the other, and I'm seeing them both at 2960. Is that correct?
So lot 1 is 2960 and lot 2 is 2954.
So that would be essentially correct. All right. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I agree with what you just said, but I think the idea of being different was explained to us by the elevation of the lots.
Yes.
One house looks bigger than the other. Now, whether that's significant or not, I don't know. But I am saying one house does look bigger than the other, and I'm perfectly willing to accept the fact that that's the elevation of the lot. That doesn't address the question, are both houses too big? And it may be that one of the things you take into consideration is the impact of the elevated lot, but I still think both houses are too big. So
I was getting to the idea, and that initially sounded good, of dividing the application, but they're both 3,000, I think. Other comments, questions? So I want to stick my neck in the noose again. I'm looking at the numbers on the house sizes, and I am concerned about redefining the neighborhood. Residential design guidelines specified development shall be similar in mass, bulk, and scale. I don't see that here. Town council gave them the instruction to, or gave us the instruction, that what we needed are homes that are smaller and compatible with the neighborhood. And I'm thinking that what we're saying this time is maybe we don't have that. Do I have a comment or most? Commissioner Hanson.
I wanted to comment about the direction from council. The thing that really struck me is that there was a reduction in size that was actually more significant between, and it's in our report, between when we heard this and when it went to town council. And at that point in time, town council said there needed to be a reduction in size. So to come back, and I understand the applicant's frustration about not knowing the exact number, but to come back with only less than 100 square foot reduction in one house and not much more in the other, I just don't know how 2% and less than 5% are meaning the intent of what council's direction was. And so that's what I'm struggling with, in addition to comparing this with the other houses that are in the immediate neighborhood.
Commissioner Birch.
All right, so I can already tell I'm going to be the argumentative voice in this conversation.
Let me tell you how it feels.
So we gave direction that these houses be reduced, setbacks, that was done. Council gave it, nobody gave any numbers, nobody gave any direction, it was done. And everyone's still saying, okay, not enough. So I'm going to argue that if this is going to get continued again or something, better direction be given. Because this could go on, and I know where you're going, Tom. This could go on for a while. And this is something that happens in front of this commission often. And we wind up with continuances that go on for a while. And I think that this is something that we need to discuss as a commission and change. So if we have an applicant that has been in front of us multiple times and technically has met the requests, the height is reduced, the setbacks are increased, the square footage has been down, but we're still not happy, where do we go with that? Okay.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have considerably less problem than you do. When somebody says, oh, I made it smaller, look real carefully because that's where I made it smaller. Yeah, technically you made it smaller, but this is about compatibility. It isn't about square footage. If there's a good argument that this house is the right size for the neighborhood, then they win. If it isn't the right size for the neighborhood, then they lose. It is not counting square footage. Now, the council said it's too large. Make it smaller. Say, oh, good, I took 100 square feet off. So what? It still, to me, looks too large. It is not the feel of the neighborhood. If you don't like those standards, I don't know what you do, because in architecture or city planning, it's look and feel. Look at the North 40. Lord knows we'll get some more education on that shortly, but that's look and feel. And people can't just put it down in a mathematical formula. And I think if you get frustrated because we don't have a mathematical formula, I would invite you to look at what the standard is, and that is look at the neighborhood, 2,000 square feet, and tell me that this has the look and the feel of the neighborhood. Look at the height of these buildings. I believe in that immediate area it is more of a single-family, single-story building. And these are 2 stories. True, the one on the right looks bigger, but they're both 2 stories. It isn't enough to say, well, gosh, we made it smaller. We're asking them to make it look like the neighborhood. And I've heard some fanciful arguments about where the neighborhood is. It is not around the corner. It is not in the back of the lot. They all know that. What happens is you come in and you ask for more than you can get, and you hope you get more than you ought to get. And I don't find that to be challenging. If you're empathetic with the developers, I can understand that, but I don't think we're hiding the ball when we say make it look like the neighborhood. If you do, then you want a more mathematical formula, and I certainly can't think of one.
Thank you. Commissioner Hudis.
I will have difficulty in any way approving this at this point because I respect the council's consideration, and I believe that the applicant did not significantly make them smaller. In fact, I'm troubled by the letter that I think without digging in, it looked like they were claiming that they're making it smaller than they actually did since the council. Also, the word compatible with the neighborhood resonates with me. And so when we're looking at that, it isn't only about bulk and mass, it's also the fact that we have 1-story homes nearby. So there are ways to design a 2-story home to be more compatible with 1-story homes adjacent to them by further setback of the 2nd story, by less mass on the home. And there's even some examples of that in the residential design guidelines about how to make a 2-story home fit into a neighborhood that has 1 story. And you know, given the applicant's response that they didn't change the architecture, I have a hard time understanding how they made it more compatible with the neighborhood, putting aside the size issue. So I would have a very difficult time approving this at this point, and I'm not sure that continuing it makes some sense because it seems as though unless we actually design the home for this applicant, it's going to be difficult for them to take the kind of direction that they've been given in the past.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I have a similar dilemma. I had a quick sidebar with the town attorney as to Solomon splitting the baby, and maybe we can do something constructive without denials, appeals, agreements, appeals. So I'm going to let the town attorney speak to that question.
I was just going to raise the issue. It seems where you're at this point that it appears it's either a continuance or a denial, and you do have the option, if the commission does, is to ask the applicant, open the public comment just for that, to ask if whether he would want a continuance or denial, although Commissioner Hudis was just of the opinion that a continuance wasn't an option for him. So, you know, you don't have to do that, and you can move to a motion, or you could open it for that specific purpose if the commission so desired.
Do we have agreement with that?
I'm fine with asking.
All right, I'm going to reopen the public hearing and ask the applicant to come to the mic. So the question we have is to understand your preference or your possibility of taking a continuance on the presumption of a redesign, or having a go, no-go decision, a motion from one of the commissioners.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, we'd like to be continued, if possible.
All right. Commissioner Erickson.
I guess I would support some continuance with some clearer direction from this commission, because my interpretation of the council's action was they remanded it back to us and challenged us to solve the problem. So to simply deny it and send it back to them does not seem to me to be consistent with the spirit and the intent of what they intended. Given that, I'll suggest a motion that we continue this item to a date that the staff will help us, a date certain the staff will help us identify in a moment, and that we provide direction that, in our judgment, the proposal should be either a single-story home or one which has convincing architectural design of a two-story home that would fit by any judgment, by a sophisticated architectural judgment like Mr. Spaulding might make, or a amateurish judgment that I might make, that it's compatible with a single-story home, and that the reduction in square footage would more closely approximate the square footage of homes that are close to it, while taking into consideration the difference in the lot sizes.
That's the motion. I will second the motion.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Birch? In that case, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Commissioner Hudis in opposition. So the vote is 5-1.
We do need a date certain with that, though.
Right.
Right. You're going to suggest.
So the absolute soonest, and I'll look for a nod from the applicant, would be the January 25th agenda. That's obviously fairly tight over the holidays. February? Okay, so then that would be February 8th would be the next option. And if we're not ready then, we could always continue it to another date certain if the applicant's not ready. So February 8th.
And thank you very much. I've been requested to take a break, so we're going to take a break.
Wait, can I ask
What?
a question first?
I didn't see your hand, sorry.
As this is being continued and it is two separate architecture and site applications, does the applicant have the ability then to bring one if they're prepared and then the other?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Now we'll take a break.
We've returned from our break without Commissioner Birch. She has left the meeting and will not be returning for the evening. Item number 5, 114 Royce Street, Suite A, conditional use permit application U-16-006, requesting approval of a conditional use permit for an indoor children's play space with ancillary retail on property zoned C-2. APN 510-04-026. May I have a show of hands from commissioners who have visited the site? Any disclosures from commissioners? Seeing none, Ms. Armour, we're ready for the staff report.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. The project in front of you today is the proposal by Genevieve Locao for an indoor children's play space in Suite A of the building at 114 Royce Street. The project is being considered by the Planning Commission this evening because it falls in the use category of commercial recreation, which requires a conditional use permit in the C2 district. As described in the staff report, the project is not a daycare, but more of an indoor park or playground. An adult would be required to stay at all times to supervise any children who came to play. The parking for the building is entirely provided through the Parking Assessment District, as there is no room for parking on site. The building covers almost the entire site. The proposed use has the same parking requirement as the previous retail tenant, and no written comments or concerns have been received from neighbors on this project. So staff recommends that the Planning Commission review findings in Exhibit 2 and consider approval of the project with proposed conditions of approval in Exhibit 3. This concludes staff's presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. Questions for staff? Vice Chair Kane.
I'm interested in the two playgrounds to the left, the two playgrounds in the... I'm sorry, wrong case.
That's very good. All right. Anyone else? Commissioner Hanson.
I was just curious about, in looking at the property, I realized that they're going to probably make modifications to it, but it didn't look like, without tearing down some walls, that it would be big enough for even 20 people to play in. So I just wondered, how did you come up with the number of a max of 20? And that is just to confirm this, that it would be the children and their parents. So it would be at most 10 families.
The proposal is actually for a maximum of 20 children. There wouldn't necessarily be an adult for every child. A person could bring in 2 children at one time. So the number of people total would vary. But we did, that is actually the number that was proposed by the applicant. And we assessed based on square footage and felt that that number was appropriate for the space.
So you basically said that based on the square footage that they're going to be able to use that 20 kids. But so what could be the maximum then? I mean, it could be 40. It could be 40 if one parent didn't bring 2 kids.
Correct.
And then that's still, by your standards of how you measure it, appropriate.
Based on building code, I believe is the numbers that we compared it to and felt that those numbers were appropriate.
Okay.
Commissioner Hudes, followed by Vice Chair Kane.
I'm trying to understand the language on page 2 of the staff report under background. It says that the commercial space was previously occupied by We've Got Your Back, but been vacant for 1.5 years. And then in the next sentence it says the business owner has recently occupied the space as a children's retail store, but would like to pursue the business model described. So was there not the need for a CUP for the retail store and there is for the new use? Is that what's going on?
Correct. Retail does not require a conditional use permit in this zone, but commercial recreation does require a conditional use permit.
Okay, and the We've Got Your Back, is that relevant? Is the
That
CUP?
was retail.
So that was, okay, so you're just saying
That
there
was
were
the
2
previous
retail uses previously in that location. Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Kane.
On page 3 of the staff report, in analysis project summary, the last few words of the last sentence says supervision present at all times for the children and to keep them safe. Now, what I think I saw is a door that opens directly out on Roy Street. And so that brings to mind, are there any age limits on the children who would be using the space?
I do believe that the applicant has a general age range in their project description. I think they can talk more to the details of what their business model is.
And I would ask the applicant about the safety of that door.
Correct. I do believe in the layout that they provided, there is kind of a gated area that provides a buffer between the kind of free play area and the exit to the
I
street.
didn't see that in the diagram, so thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. All right, I will open the public testimony portion of the public hearing and allow the applicant and their team up to 10 minutes to address the commission, but I'm going to need speaker cards if there is an applicant that intends to speak. And please remember to state your name for the record. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Commission. My name is Genevieve Licchio. I'm proposing to provide a children's indoor play space with a small retail component, and it'll be for kids 6 and under. The play space will feature a kids' vintage market, a small play theater, reading nook, and it will, like mentioned, be a parent-supervised play space, meaning parents will be required to stay on the premises during the duration of their stay. And that's pretty much it. So,
Okay. You have more time. Is that it?
yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your presentation. Commissioner Erickson has a question for you.
So in your letter and also in what you just said, you use the term parents will be required to remain on site and supervise. And in the conditions of approval that the staff have drafted, it says parent or guardian, so they expanded that. So let me ask you a question. So parent has a very specific legal definition. Guardian has a very specific legal definition. So if my grandchildren were to come, both of which would fit the age range, were to come visit, I can't bring them and supervise them with these conditions of approval. If we had someone who had children who were there and they had a cousin come from out of town and they wanted to bring the two cousins down, they couldn't bring the cousin who was visiting from out of town because they're not a parent or a guardian of that person. If someone had a nanny who was taking care of their children who were under the age of 6 and under, they couldn't bring them to the place. The reason, and so I want to be clear with you, is that what you intend? Because you may be, unless there's some legal requirement for the parent or guardian to be the person who's supervising, you may be limiting your business in a way that may not be necessary unless you have some rationale for that. And the reason I'm asking the question I think it's a great addition to the downtown. So I wouldn't want us to impose conditions of approval that would unfairly limit the potential success of the business.
Got it. I would certainly be happy to add caregiver as well. And for each child that would come in, they would need their parent, caregiver, or legal guardian, for that matter, would need to sign a waiver prior to entering to the play space.
Commissioner Erickson,
Can I ask a follow-up question? You said you would be happy to. I guess let me ask the question to you. Do you want to do that?
Yes.
It's not about accommodating me. It's you're the owner of the business, not me. Do you want to do that? Would you like to propose to do that to the town, I guess, to modify the proposed conditions of approval?
I would like to propose to add caregiver.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell, followed by Commissioner Hanson.
I thought that was great. So I listened, and somebody has to sign a waiver. And if this is your neighbor Joe that brings a person down, Joe isn't authorized to sign a waiver. And I don't even know if Charlie were to bring his grandkids in, whether I don't know. But if you need an authorized waiver for an adult, for a child, a 6-year-old child, that really narrows it down. And so maybe it is parent. And now when you say caregiver, again, that's a term, that can be a term of art. But if the overriding thing is it's somebody who's authorized to sign a waiver, that's a fairly narrow group of people. I can understand why they would want that, but then I would say we ought to just say one who is authorized to sign a waiver will be with them. That would work, because I don't know who that is, beside a parent.
So although it really isn't our purview about their business model, the Play Los Altos is an example of one. No, the parent would have to sign the waiver. That's the only thing that's going to be able to get a release for the business. In Play Los Altos is an example of where you actually can do the waiver online before you come down. I think we do have the question of, yes, there would be times when certainly the guardian is too strict with the legal definition of that, and there could be times with grandparents or others, or even a neighbor might say, okay, I'll take your kid with my kid, you've already signed the release down there, and be able to go. So I do think we need to have other language that would allow that so that the business can be successful.
Let me make the suggestion then that if a parent has an authorized waiver on file, and that waiver indicates other adults who are authorized by the parent to be there, that would be helpful. And also, if that can be modified, of course, by a parent. I'm not trying to, we're not trying to make it difficult. We're trying to make it easy.
Right.
And so if you require somebody to sign a waiver, the town council has pointed out you can have the waiver up front, and maybe it's a good idea to have the waiver say the adults who that parent was authorized to be there watching the child.
Commissioner Hanson?
You did mention, and our town attorney also mentioned Play Los Altos. I looked at it online. So have you spoken with them about it, about how they run their business to see what worked and didn't work for them, or?
I have not.
Okay, but you're familiar with it. Have you
Yes.
have you been to their facility or
Yes.
and viewed what they're doing and stuff? I mean, it sounded like you were doing a lot of the same things that I saw that was on their website. But I think you would probably say yes to this. I having taken kids to places like this myself, I still have kids at home. It's pretty normal to get a waiver.
Yes.
I mean, every place I've ever taken my kids, and then you can usually do them online. So I think you probably found that in your research.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Any further questions for the applicant? Seeing none, stay there. I'm going to ask the audience, is there anybody that would like to comment on this item? I have no speaker cards from any member of the public. Seeing no one come forward. Yes, we do have someone. This is for Royce Street, item number 5. Okay. Okay. All right, so the speaker card is from Kevin Wu.
Hi. Yes, I'm a business owner on the same building, 114 Roy Street, Suite G. I own a comic book store, so I believe that Genevieve's store would be very good in regard to drawing children. I have a large selection of children literature, and I think it's good synergy. And so far, with her kids and her family who have school-age children, they themselves have come by my store. So I think that it would definitely be a very good potential for us.
Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for your contribution. All right, the applicant is invited back to the podium to address the commission for an additional 5 minutes. You don't have to take all that 5 minutes if you don't want to.
I have nothing else to say.
Okay, anybody have questions? Commissioner Hanson.
I had one question I forgot to ask. I assume from our town's perspective this would be covered by our noise ordinance, but having been in places like this, as I was walking up to the building, it is right next door to one of the nicer restaurants in town, Forbes Mill, and so I just wondered if we should be concerned about noise or
No, not at all.
because they'll be inside and it'll be
Correct.
closed and whatnot. And like I said, we do have a noise ordinance. I'm sure if there was an issue that that would come into play in terms of enforcement. But that was the only thing I could think of is would there be too much noise from kids?
No, not
being
at
happy.
all. Yes.
Commissioner Erickson.
So, consistent with what the questions they asked you about earlier, if we were to, assuming that we were going to move forward to approve this, would you be okay with a change in the language to that number 6 conditional approval that would substitute for a parent or guardian to say a parent, guardian, or other adult authorized by the parent or guardian?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Any further questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, the public testimony portion of the public hearing is now closed. Do commissioners have any questions, comments, or a motion? And Vice Chair Kane has his hand up first. Vice Chair Kane.
I'm going to try to make a motion and see where it goes. To staff's attention, under recommendation on page 6, are we looking for a CUP or an SUP? A CUP, all right. I want to make sure I was on firm ground there. I'm going to recommend, I'll make a motion to approve the conditional use permit, application U16606. I make the required findings pursuant to the adopted guidelines for the implementation of CEQA that this project is categorically exempt, and make the required findings as required by Section 2920-190 of the Town Code for granting approval of a CUP, and approve conditional use permit application U16006 with the conditions contained in Exhibit 3 as supplemented by the comments from Commissioner Erickson.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second. Commissioner O'Donnell, second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Erickson?
So just a question for the town attorney. Is that language sufficient in your opinion? Sufficient and appropriate?
And again, I go back to, it's their business model, but I think one thing you could put in there is that the authorized parent or guardian would have to be over 18 years old. And I think that's probably what they would implement also, but you wouldn't want a parent giving authorization to a 10-year-old to watch his 3-year-old. So if you wanted to add in an 18-year-old, we could do that also if you want to be overly cautious. Or you could leave that up to the business plan that they would do.
So a 10-year-old might be construed as an adult?
A guardian.
I would just offer your language of adult, and I'm not an attorney, but I don't know if that means 18 plus, covers it for you. The only one I would say is maybe not a 10-year-old, but what if your 16-year-old son wants to take your 3-year-old daughter to play there? Would that restrict it? So a little flexibility. I think we understand the intent of adult, and so if you have some specific requirement, Mr. Schultz offered 18. You could use some other number, or you could leave it up to the
it's not my business. It's not my business, but I wouldn't run a business with a 16-year-old being authorized to watch a 3-year-old for a whole series of reasons, whether it was theirs or someone else's.
I think that's why I didn't interrupt. I think your condition is fine the way it is, and is good for and protects the town.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Mr. Paulson, are there appeal rights of the actions of the Commission on this item?
There are. Thank you, Chair Badami. Anyone who's not satisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission can appeal that decision. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. The forms are available in the clerk's office, and there is a fee for filing the appeal.
All right. Congratulations. All right. We have a number of people waiting patiently here, so I am going to move on to item number 6, which I assume that you're all here for. That is 15215 Shannon Road, Plan Development Application PD-15-001, requesting approval to rezone a property pre-zoned HR5 to HR 2.5 PD to allow for subdivision of 1 lot into 5 lots, construction of 4 new single-family homes, and removal of large protected trees. APN 537-25-002. Ms. Armour, we're ready for the staff report.
Good evening. Quite quickly again. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. The project in front of you this evening is the proposal by Fred Sahadi to rezone his property to allow the subdivision of the 13-acre lot into 5 lots. The proposal before you involves a multi-step process. The Conceptual Development Advisory Committee, which occurred in December of 2014, almost exactly 2 years ago. The Plan Development Zoning, which sets the stage for the remaining steps, is what is being considered this evening. The steps that would follow if the PD were approved include annexation into the town, subdivision and construction of the roadway improvements, 4 individual architecture and site applications for each house, and then followed by building permits. As described in the staff report, the Plan Development Zone is required in the hillsides for subdivisions of 5 lots or more. The HR 2.5 adjacent zone, that's the HR 2.5 zoning that is proposed, is consistent with the area, as half of the adjacent properties, about half of the border of the project property are zoned HR 2.5, and the other half are zoned or pre-zoned resource conservation. The exceptions that are requested as part of this plan development zone include exceptions to the cut and fill requirements, construction outside the least restrictive development area, the roadway grades up to 20%, retaining walls up to 6 feet in height, no sidewalks on the private roadway, and consideration of home heights up to 25 feet on the ridge lines. An arborist report was prepared by the town's consulting arborist, and current proposal for roadway improvements would include 16 protected trees being removed. Additional trees would likely be removed with the construction of the homes, but would be considered as part of the individual architecture and site applications. An initial study and mitigated negative declaration was prepared, and potential impacts were found to be reduced to less than significance with mitigation. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission review the findings in Exhibit 3 and consider recommending approval of the planned development ordinance in Exhibit 10. This concludes staff's presentation, but I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Armour, for the report. Do we have questions? Vice Chair Kane.
Clarification on the PD requirement. You said a PD is required if the subdivision is 5 or more lots. So that means if we were just doing 4, a PD would not be required and the project would be subject to the hillside standards and guidelines?
The project is subject to the hillside standards and guidelines either way because of the underlying hillside zoning. A PC zone or PD zone is a possibility if it's fewer than 5 lots. It just happens to be a requirement because they chose to propose 5 lots.
It's a requirement if it's 5 or more, but not if it's 4 or less.
Correct,
Thank
but
you.
it still would be an option.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hudes, followed by Commissioner Hanson.
I have a few questions, but to start with, so we did a site visit in November, I think, and it's difficult to assess this site. So what changes, if any, to the proposal have been made since the site visit that we were able to conduct in November?
No changes have been made to the proposal since the site visit.
Okay, great.
In October.
I have actually a lot of questions, but maybe I could ask just one more.
Of course.
So I'm trying to understand the application, and on page 5, under B, there appears to be something that I wasn't sure about, which talks about future single-family homes and driveways. So that seems to be going beyond what is in this application, because they say clearly architectural and site are not part of this. So is it normal to approve future developments in this way under those 2 bullet points that are in there? Is that normal to do that, or wouldn't that be considered with the ARC and site?
So the PD zone allows for setting of basically the zoning rules for any future development of the sites. And so what is being requested there is providing guidelines for what could be considered and potential exceptions to the hillside standards. There are no specific houses proposed as part of this, but there are 5 lots, each of which has a potential building site described as part of this application.
And the thing I'm obviously concerned about is giving permission for 25-foot height for homes that are in the future that could be part of this. And I'm just curious whether that's normal to ask for that kind of thing in advance of the applications.
So what is being asked for is an allowance that they be able to consider if appropriate, heights up to 25, because currently the hillside guidelines and standards sets a limit, I believe it is 18 feet, height limit when development is on a ridgeline. Because this development is currently proposed with the most likely building sites on ridgelines, the applicant has requested that one of the elements of the PD be consideration, not necessarily allowance of 25 feet, but that it be allowed to be considered as part of those future applications. This is one element among many that you can consider including or not this evening.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
I sat on the Plan Development Study Committee, and I was just trying to understand, aside from the fact that there's five unit subdivision proposed, supposing it was four, when we spent all this time talking about the plan developments, I mean, clearly a important use of plan developments is in the hillsides. But what I got out of those discussions is so that we could protect our hillsides, and yet we're being asked to change many exceptions from what are in hillside standards and guidelines. So I'm just wondering what staff's opinion is of the benefit of the PD, supposing that it was 4 units relative to using our guidelines. I'm struggling with that because of the large number of exceptions.
So whether this is a PD at 5 lots or a standard parcel map at 4 lots that doesn't require a PD, either way they can request exceptions. So this is just going through the PD process. What staff does is they evaluate the requested exceptions, evaluate the applicant's proposed justification for those, and makes a determination as to whether or not in this instance that's appropriate. As you're well aware, and it has been stated this evening by Ms. Armour, the commission can either agree with that, some or all or none of those requested exceptions, and then we would move forward from there. And then obviously you'll be making a recommendation ultimately, so whenever that recommendation moves forward, any additional direction that you want to include in that motion can also be offered.
Okay, thank you. And I had a second question, if you don't mind, and then that's it for now. I wanted to ask about the road. It seemed to me that if you looked at all the exceptions, a large number of those recur because of them wanting to put in this road, and so I'm trying to understand what it is that makes it so necessary to cut into the hillsides and put a road in that beautiful hillside when they already have a road that comes in. You know, it just seemed to me, and so I was wondering what staff's opinion was about the road.
So going on the assumption that the existing road you're referring to is the driveway access easement from Shannon Road, that current roadway or driveway access via easement is not actually up to standards. So if there were new development on the site, there would be certain standards for the fire department access, for instance, that would require changes to that roadway. Based on the applicant's analysis, I believe up to 10 feet of fill, and therefore another exception would be required in order to level that out and meet those standards.
And I'd just offer also, as it was going through the process, obviously, staff in conjunction with the applicant looked at the options, and almost all, if not all, of these exceptions, to some degree, if they took access from Shannon Road, would also be triggered.
But they're only triggered because of the potential of doing new development.
Correct. If you intensify, then you have to bring a roadway, whether that's from the private drive as proposed or the existing driveway that currently is out there on the site.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell, followed by Vice Chair Kane.
It's my understanding that the proposal now is that a roadway be put in, which would be the primary access of the development, but that the existing easement be retained as essentially an emergency access. However, we received a letter, I don't know whether it was today or yesterday. I assume this is the Murphy easement, and yet the gentleman who wrote the letter was definitely not a Murphy, who said that the easement was constricted to support, I think, the 1 lot, period. If that access were not available as an emergency access because it was to serve one lot, what does that do to any approval that we might give?
I don't believe that the Shannon Road access would be required for any town standards or requirements.
And I'd just offer that there are, either in the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines and or the general plan, there is a desire to, obviously in the hillside area, given the constraints that are up there and the potential for fire, there's always, wherever an option, we look to have that secondary access. Just from a safety perspective, we don't have the particulars on the easement in front of us, and so the applicant may have additional information on that as to whether it is in fact currently restricted.
Well, part of the reason I asked the question is we typically don't get involved in arguments about easements, and I'm sure that will remain the case. But to the extent that it's an open question, then I, as a planning commissioner, would take that into consideration at least. Secondly, another writer indicates that if that were to be kept open, one, it has drainage issues, and two, it has traffic issues, both of which the writer suggests would be perhaps better addressed by the new road. So I throw that out now. I'll be asking questions of the parties, but also I think staff should perhaps eventually have to respond to us on that too, but that's premature.
Vice Chair Kane, followed by me.
I agree with Commissioner Hanson that the road, the new proposed road, captures most of my attention. There was a map submitted, I think by the applicant, that showed all the cut and fill and slope in excess of what's usually required, and it looks like a real problem requiring 4 or 5 waivers or exemptions. And Mr. Sahadi wrote us a letter. I believe he said he's been living up there for 46 years. And so I heard what you said, but if the family's been using that road for 46 years, safely and otherwise, why can't they continue to use it and share it with other people? What did the response say? It's going to be 2.68 people in each one of those houses. That's going to hurt. But if that road's been good for 46 years, why can't we continue it and get rid of a big problem on the project?
Standards do change, and this is an example where, with new development, current standards are required. So the access being safe based on current code is the requirement when you're talking about new development.
And it's really a fire department access is what drives this for the most part, obviously. And so, as I stated before, to improve the existing access that's been used would require most, if not all, of the same or similar exceptions that are proposed for the proposed driveway or the proposed roadway as it currently is laid out. Given the existing topography, you'd have to widen the road. Tree removals would be required, probably, and then there would be retaining walls on one side, and there would be cut and fill, probably, as mentioned, in excess of up to 10 feet, potentially, to try to level that out to, again, try to meet as closely as possible additional fire department requirements.
I read in the initial study and the mitigated negative declaration that the land is designated as a super high fire possibility area, and yet for 46 years we couldn't have a fire truck go up that lane if they had to.
You can't.
I really want to avoid the other road, and I'm looking for a way out.
You can't avoid it if you have one house. So if they
because it'd be a
just
smaller
leave the
fire.
if they leave the one house up there, then they do not have to, and actually I think they may be able to go up to 2 without having to improve the roadway. We'd have to work with the fire department. No, of course, a fire department is going to get up there to the existing house using that roadway. This high fire hazard area you speak of is the entire hillside, so it's not just a specific site. That is throughout and even down out of the hillsides is the wild urban interface, And so that is possible. But once you are looking or requesting to intensify use, then you do have to bring up the roadway to standards that meet fire department requirements.
One last question, if I may, about the initial study.
Certainly.
The mitigated negative declaration has whole bunches of, this could be awful except for the mitigation. There's just so many of them. And the mitigation starts to not be persuasive. And I'm asking if they're, you know what I mean. I mean, it's high potential problem except for the mitigation. And some of the mitigation seems pretty wishy-washy for given the site, the restrictions, the constraints. I'm just overall concerned with what they're pointing out about problems and potential harm to the environment and to the people. And that's where the high fire super zone came in, and I'm very concerned about that. Also, in Appendix C, there's a geotechnical report, and I know we're going to be concerned about that because it's up on the top, it's on a ridge, and they're going to do a lot of cut, and we walk the property, and it's it could be hazardous to your health if this says the geotechnic report is provided under a separate cover. I didn't read it. I just want to know if staff read it and are there any problems pointed out?
Staff did read it. Our Public Works Department reviewed it, as well as their consultant. It was reviewed and looked at very closely to make sure that it had the appropriate details and considered the potential concerns.
It met with staff satisfaction.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's what we have a planning commission for, is to also review these. My question, since I was next, is that on page 17 of the Hillside Design Standards and Guidelines, there's a chart with cut and fill maximums. So we talked about the cut and fill for the roadway, but I'm concerned about the future single-family homes and driveways. So what kind of numbers would we be looking at for an exception that would further exceed the maximums allowed on that chart? Do we have any idea how extreme the exceptions might be?
So the applicant did actually spend some time looking a little more closely at those potential driveways. They, of course, have not developed proposed homes, and so the exact location of driveways and where the garages would be, et cetera, is not developed. But in the information that you received today on your desk item, there was additional review of those driveways, and they worked to make sure they were keeping a certain distance from the trees, 5 dBH, so that they would be protecting as many trees as possible, and keeping the cut and fill so that it was going to be less than 5 feet. And when they do make their presentation, I invite the commission to ask further questions and details of there.
All right, further questions? Commissioner Erickson, followed by Commissioner Hudes.
So I want to return to the roadway, driveway issue, and I guess this is, be sure I was understanding correctly. So the paved area, and I'm using that very intentionally, that connects, that departs from Shannon Road and goes up the hill now. My understanding or conclusion, and I frequently wrong, so I'm happy to be corrected, is that's a driveway which the owner, which the applicant has an easement, so does not own the property, just has an easement to use it. And as a matter of fact, I would maybe suggest to Ms. Armour, standards haven't changed necessarily because it's just a driveway. And the property owner has an easement that allows it to go to the one house that's there. So if that's a correct understanding, then I wouldn't, is that correct? Okay. So then I wouldn't assume it would be the province of the town to require an applicant to acquire property. In other words, to acquire the land that is now owned by another party and convert it into a street in order to provide access from that direction. So really the only, or to require them to grant an easement and negotiate with the other landowner to allow them to do improvements on that person's property, because it's owned by another party, when there is another reasonable opportunity to gain access to the property by bringing a road in from the other direction. So it seems like to me that unless I'm missing what's happening here, then what the applicant has proposed, we may or may not want to approve it. That's not really the thing, but it would seem like to me we couldn't require them to acquire other property or to go get an easement to satisfy us, or could we, I guess?
There actually is a private access easement used either way. There's an access easement over private property being used as a segment from connecting from Shady Lane and Centella Drive to the proposed project.
And that's given that the proposed project is landlocked, so it doesn't have any street frontage, so it doesn't have any direct access to a public street. So either way, whether it's via the existing easement or the new easement, there will be a need for that, and the applicant can speak more to that as well.
And that easement that I referred to actually is existing. They do already have that easement recorded.
Commissioner Hudes.
I had a couple of questions about the applicable zoning and ordinances. In a letter from Mr. Dave Weissman, there seems to be some disagreement about what the present zoning is. Could you walk me through what the present zoning is and what the proposed zoning is? It says something about it's zoned A20SD1, not HR5, and I believe that there's also HR 2.5. What's the evolution here of these different zoning designations?
So the property is currently in unincorporated county land. It currently has several different designations. The county has a zoning designation for it. The town has also pre-zoned it because it is within our sphere of influence. And so if it were incorporated into the town, the current pre-zoning is for HR 5. But the adjacent properties, the ones that are within the town, are currently zoned either RC or HR 2.5.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And we may get some testimony where we need to clarify, but there does seem to be some disagreement. Another question related to ordinance and zoning, if I may. What's the status of revisions to the plan development ordinance that's being considered?
Those are on hold. They were put on hold given the direction to modify the North 40 specific plan, which obviously takes up a lot of staff resources. So the priority was the North 40 specific plan.
And there were recommendations in there. In what way would this comply with the new plan development? I know there's not a requirement to, but it'd be good to understand in what way would this comply or not comply with the new ordinance.
I don't have that information in front of us, and it's been quite some time since I've looked at it, so I would not want to give you any misleading information.
Okay, maybe we could follow up on that one later, if that's possible. One more, if I may.
One more, and then after that, maybe we'll move on to the applicant.
Yeah. This has to do with the exception for grade. It says one of the exceptions on page 5 of the staff report is roadway grades up to 20%, but for no distance more than 300 feet. What is the maximum grade that is permitted without requesting an exception?
15%.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I will now open the public testimony portion of the public hearing and allow the applicant and their team up to 10 minutes to address the commission. I'm not sure I have a speaker card from the applicant. I'm sure now. All right, if you could please state your name for the record. It should be David Wilson, if I read correctly.
Yeah, we need just a moment to set up. But yeah, my name is David Wilson from HMH. I'm here with Joey Covey, also from HMH. And we are here representing Fred Sahadi, the applicant. And let's get ourselves just a minute here to... Okay, it's been a long road to get here. We've been working on this project for over 2.5 years, and I will do my best to summarize that 2.5 years here in the next 10 minutes. As we discussed, we are proposing an annexation to the town and change the current pre-zoning of HR 5 to HR 2.5. Project consists of 5 lots, as you see here, with the proposed roadway, as described by staff. And thank you very much for your description, Jennifer. The zoning is proposed, and the zoning is proposed to be consistent with the current general plan designation of hillside residential, with the density of between 0 and 1 units to the acre. Also consistent with surrounding land uses on the town's zoning plan, with the surrounding HR 2.5 zones. As you can see here, that clearly shows more than half of the site is surrounded by HR 2.5. The Sahadi family has lived on the property since 1970, making it their home where they raised their 4 children. The site holds tremendous value to them and memories for their family. The intent of this project is to subdivide the property into 1 lot to be able to provide for each of the 4 children. This process certainly hasn't been easy. The staff has been very regimented in the requirements. We've actually gone through a lot of turnover as well. We've been through 2 different planners, 3 different engineers, and 2 different environmental consultants through our process. Have coordinated extensively with staff, County Fire, West Valley Sanitation District, and the San Jose Water Company, and have satisfied all of their requests and all of the comments that we received from them throughout the process. We did go before the CDAC in December, and I think got pretty good support from the CDAC, recognizing that we were asking for up to 5 lots. As you can see from the video here, the site is a intermediate ridge line that's surrounded by hillsides with numerous oak trees. There are over 360 oak trees on the property that are scattered throughout the site, as well as other species of trees intermixed. The flat areas are mostly clear for development. The surrounding hillsides we intend to maintain as open and clear, greater than 50% of the site development area. The lots that you see here are, can you go back to that? Are overlaid with the oblique view of the property, and the arena that's there in the center will be retained for use by the owners. Moving on to the grading plan, the roadway that we've described is shown here. The project application is for the construction at this time of just the roadway and not the lots. We did study very many different alternatives for the roadway, including that existing driveway, and found that this roadway actually provided the least amount of impact for our project. We also included within that roadway is completing the unfinished public improvements at the terminus of Santella Drive. There's existing public right-of-way that's already been granted to the town of Los Gatos that is not secured by improvements, and we will be finishing those public improvements with the project. The road is outside of the LRDA, but it is in an area that we have carefully coordinated to have the least impact. The amount of trees that we actually are needing to remove within the road is 5. The remaining 11, to total the 16 that we've talked about, are outside of the roadway, and we believe we'd be able to save a majority of those trees through some careful coordination. They're within 3 to 5 dBH. So working with Debbie, we've had subsequent meetings with her to try to work toward that end as well, and we'll continue to do that with our application. The home sites are shown on the application with kind of a worst case, large footprint, flatter driveways with more impacts. We provided these exhibits that show I think, a more realistic development plan with footprints that are carefully designed to miss as many trees as possible, and driveways that are steeper and that allow much less grading. There is cuts up to 5 to 6 feet in very limited areas on a few of these driveways, but for the most part, they're within the design guideline standards, and the houses themselves have very, very little tree removal. There's no trees for the lot you're looking at now at Lot 5, 1 to 2 on the other lots, and a few trees that would require to be removed on Lot 1. The trees are very important to us. We want to save the trees too. Those are a very, very valuable asset of the site, and we certainly are working hard and will continue to work hard to save all those trees we can. Visibility is also very critical and important to us. We recognize that preserving the hillside views from the valley floor is critical to everybody, and that brings us to a visibility analysis. Part of that visibility analysis, we were utilizing this dead Monterey pine tree that's 60 feet tall on the site. It gave us a reference point for both location and height of something that we could see from various vantage points around the valley floor. So we did do an extensive visibility analysis, which I'd like to show you now, that shows what can be seen from various aspects of the valley floor. As part of that, what we did is we overlaid our site plan onto Google Earth and used the three-dimensional topography that's available within Google Earth, overlaid the site plan on it, and with that, we actually extracted then building masses. Just, again, we don't have architecture, but building masses that would show the proposed house locations. Google Earth also has three-dimensional trees available, which have proven to be very accurate in their dimensions, and that was the basis then, modeled home sites, three-dimensional information available to us with Google Earth. Obviously, we used the Town of Los Gatos hillside map and the specific viewing platform locations, and we looked not just at the viewing platforms, but we wanted to look at the whole valley, so you can see a lot of it spinning around is what we looked at. But focusing on the first viewing platform at Celinda, we used both photos and simulations to see. This is looking over Lee High School from Celinda and looking at toward the site. And now I have window in where you can see actually where the site location is, looking toward lots 1 and 5. And you can see now that pine tree poking up above the ridge are the other trees in the foreground. At this point, you're looking through about 500 feet of tree line that are obscuring the actual site itself. Taking those away and seeing what you're seeing behind it, Lot 5, the 18 and 25-foot heights, just for some reference, well below everything you see, what a building mass may look like. And again, as we bring back the vegetation and the hillsides that are obscuring the view, you can see clearly it's well below anything that you could see. Kind of spinning the model up just so you can see the sight line and how it goes through all of those trees, the numerous screening elements that are in front of the site itself. It's not just a few trees on the outside. As we spin around toward the next viewing platform, we're looking for anything else that we might see. Again, not just the viewing platforms. Here we're looking at a piece of Lot 1 that appears visible from Pinehurst. And at Pinehurst, there's a place where you are looking at Lot 1, and there is some openings in the trees, and it's the point at which I think we have the most visibility of anything that we're proposing to develop on the site. You can see some of the netting that we put up there just for aiding ourselves with height references and location. Approximately a house would be terraced into the Lot 1 as proposed, something like that, and it would be screened behind those trees, and a portion of the house would be visible. It's about, depending upon the home size, 18 to 20% of the face of the home that may be visible from that location of about a mile away. Looking at the next viewing platform at Blossom Hill, you got to position yourself a little bit carefully, because if you stand at the intersections, there's just signs and buildings in the way. So we move down the street where we can see between the trees, look at a site where we can get, or sight line where we can see the site again. And fortunately, you can see a little bit of that dead pine tree poking above the trees and the canopy, and you can see the position of the home sites at lots 3, 4, and 5 are well below anything that you'd be able to see from that location. Kind of looking again at the vantage point to see how those sight lines do pierce through some of the terrain and the trees. you kind of get a flavor then of how it is that those sites are actually obscured from being visible from that location. Kind of spinning around, there's a location that's up the valley area where the arena is, and some of the home sites may have some slight visibility as you go to the valley floor. You need to actually move about 1.8 miles away, and we're at now the old Chevy dealership. And in that parking lot, I had to carefully position myself again to find a location where you could see the site, but there is a little window. And a little window that opened up where you can see again that dead pine tree, which gave us our vantage point. And we blow that up here largely. Take away, again, the elements of the screening in the foreground, see what Lot 5 is. And as we place that building mass, we're going to look at that building mass farther back in the lot. That's certainly where we're proposing it. And well behind anything that screens visibility of that home site.
Mr. Wilson, you're going to have to wrap it up. Your time is up.
Okay. The rest of the visibility analysis shows from Highway 17 and Main Street. Again, no visibility can be seen from there. We're behind ridge lines and screening. So really, in conclusion, from our visibility analysis, from the viewing platforms, as well as from locations between the viewing platforms, the home sites are simply either not visible at all or very minimally visible, with that one location at Lot 1, I think, being the one.
Mr. Wilson, 5 seconds.
Okay. I think we've addressed all the concerns of staff, worked very hard to design this project in a very compliant way that's sensitive to all of the requirements.
Thank you very much. We'll see if we have any questions for you from the commissioners. Commissioner Hudes.
I wonder if you would be able to show us the view from Highway 17 and Main Street, as I think those are important view platforms.
It's toward the end. There you go. Yep. So this is actually going across the bridge at Highway 17. That just kind of shows the view from a car traveling by. You couldn't really see anything in the site, so now we lift up above that so that we can actually get an idea of what was obscuring the view. There's several trees and views, both topographic hillsides and vegetation that's screening it from that area that you only see as you lift up, 50 to 100 feet up in the air. Keep going. And the white lines that you see are the sight lines from the viewing platforms up to the site. From West Main Street, the viewing platform is a location that simply isn't conducive for us to see the site, so I actually moved down the street a bit so that we at least get an opportunity to see some of the area. I still couldn't really see it, so again, we're just going to show lifting ourselves up higher in elevation toward that site. You can see the view line and the proposed development behind. And here we just kind of zoom up on it so you can kind of see as you get close to it what actually you are seeing. There's very little of the home site, maybe some of the roof.
Commissioner Hudes?
Just as a follow-up, thank you. I'm not as familiar with the view platforms and how all that works. Is there a document, maybe I missed it, that shows where these view platforms are, or vantage points, whatever you call them, are
Yeah,
located?
the view platforms are identified in the Hillside Development Guidelines. There are 4 of them, with a 5th being pretty much another one that makes sense. The 5th viewing platform that I chose was the entire valley floor because I thought that made sense to me.
Okay, so you use the ones in the guidelines plus the valley floor.
As you saw in the video, we really did examine the entire perimeter of the valley.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hudes, the viewing platforms are located on page 13 of the Hillside Design Guidelines for your reference.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions from commissioners? Commissioner Hudes.
I'll start with just a few questions in the letter in the desk item today, Exhibit 11. With regard to construction traffic, on page 3 it states that I think there's a question about whether the construction traffic should go through the Shannon Road or through the Shady Lane entrance. Do you have an opinion? Is there an advantage to using one means of access versus the other?
There's no real definitive advantage. We are fine taking construction access through either route. We actually had envisioned that it would most likely be through Shannon Road and not through the recently constructed Highlands of Los Gatos subdivision. But if there was one impact that was seen by everybody of having more than the other with construction access, we're flexible where we could take it either way.
I think we have public comment either way as well, so
yeah,
we'll have to consider that. Need to keep going, or
you can keep going. I don't see any other hands up, so go ahead.
So with regard to the 18-foot height limit in the hillside, the HDS&G, what options are available for this development to comply with the 18-foot standard?
Yes. The reason that we would like to look at the option to go to more than 18 feet is to have a second-story element on the lots. So as you can see, like for example, in a development scenario like is shown here for Lot 4, I'm arbitrarily showing 5,600 square feet as a lot area excluding the building area excluding the garage. In theory, you could take that whole wing of that home site that's configured between these trees, 110, 111 on that upper left side, and make that into a second-story element and still have the square footage of the home site, have less of an impact to the lot area itself, have more natural open areas, and still have a home you wouldn't be able to see. Because really the difference between 18 and 24 feet, as demonstrated in that view analysis, doesn't make a difference between the home site being seen or not seen. So I think in this case, even though it may be counterintuitive, it would actually provide a benefit to the site to have at least a less amount of an impact.
Mm-hmm. Had you considered using cellars to be able to move at least a portion of the structure so that you could have essentially 2 floors within an 18-foot height?
It's certainly something that we've considered. The problem with the cellars in this particular development is the site, is particularly the intermediate ridge line where the building sites are naturally occurring, is predominantly shale. The superficial soil layer is 6 to 12 inches at the most. So as you get into an excavation, you're really ripping into rock. So having more off-hollow material, doing more grading, and ripping into the fractured underlying shale layers just really isn't the best option, I think, from our standpoint. One of the things that we value here is that these building sites are flat enough where we don't need to grade pads. We don't need to be doing perimeter grading around the buildings. We'll certainly need to be grading for a slab for a garage, but other than that, we envision raised stem walls and leaving the sites natural.
Have you considered other options to reduce the grading that exceeds the guidelines?
We've considered a lot of different options, and it's interesting because one of the items that starts to get into our balance between cut heights or fill heights and saving trees is a balance between maintaining acceptable grades as coordinated with County Fire, what alignment that would be able to have practically on the hill as we configure the roadway, and what clearance we have to trees. So what we've done is taking all of that into consideration, and we have aligned the roadway with the appropriate grades that we know County Fire will accept to provide as most clearance as we could to the trees. That sometimes meant that we would purposely move the road over and have it entirely into a fill condition so that we weren't cutting next to a root or the roots of an adjoining tree or an adjacent tree that may be 6-8 feet away. That would mean now we're filling 6+ feet. We could have moved it over and been filling 3 feet and cutting 4 and said, hey, we're in compliance with the guidelines. But with a little careful thought, I think that some careful planning and selection of that roadway alignment, we can actually put the road in, save trees, So maybe it sounds horrible, gee, we're filling 6 feet, but we're doing that because we have the opportunity to adjust that alignment and preserve trees.
And is that obvious from the diagrams that you've shown to us where you've looked at that?
Well, you'd see the final product of our grading plan, and you can see where trees are like at the high side of the road, and we don't have a retaining wall there, and we're actually conforming to grade at that high side of the road. The rest of the road's in fill with a retaining wall at the outboard side. And that's a condition where we purposely decided, gee, yeah, we could comply with cut and fill requirements in the guidelines, but gee, we'd remove a tree if we did that. Why would we want to do that? I think we're being smart.
Commissioner Hanson?
I know you said you consider different options, but I don't know if we did see a chart that showed what the LRDA was, where it would be.
The LRDA is actually shown on one of the exhibits up there.
Okay, I just didn't. I didn't know if it was in our packet or not. I looked through and I didn't see it, and maybe I missed it.
Okay.
What were the other options that you actually considered?
Well, the first roadway alignment that we brought before the CDAC was as you were describing or discussing earlier on, which is why not use the existing driveway? The existing driveway is there. I think you mentioned it's been used for 45 years. Why can't it still be used? The county has a very, very strict approach on that. And in our meetings with the county, with County Fire, they made it exceedingly clear that access to any lot in the hills that with wildland, fire danger, whatever, they would not accept exceptions to what their standards are. Now, they prefer 15% max. The 20% max for the 300 feet comes from the county. That's their standards. And we carefully coordinated with them for those locations where we were doing that. But in the reality of us having to improve that existing driveway just proved infeasible. We've got a drainage channel on one edge of it. We've got large oak trees on both sides. We've got a grade that's up to almost 30% on a portion of that existing driveway. It's very steep. So that's what makes the need for the extra fill. In order to compensate for that really steep area, you need to fill and flatten it out and have it be longer, and then we needed to fill it up. Well, now to fill it up, we couldn't leave it in the same alignment. That's on adjacent properties owned by Tanaveras. Murphy is adjacent to them. When we were looking at the revised alignment, we felt we were going to have impacts to both properties with grading, tree removal, filling a creek, environmental concerns with that, and new easement acquisitions.
Okay, I understand that. Relative to the actual use model, I mean, I realize we're not at the point where houses are being built, but I mean, we received some comments, and I'm sure we'll hear more in a bit, but everyone on the Planning Commission has been up in that Centella Court neighborhood for other proposals, and it's a very long and winding drive, and so I'm just wondering what would incent people to even go that way when it's much quicker to go down to Shannon. I mean, it seems like it's a huge amount of cutting into the hill, and I understand the county fire requirements, but I can't imagine what would make people want to go use that road and go out the other way.
I can't predict what people may want to do, but that certainly will be the main focus of the project entry. I mean, it's going to be enhanced with an entry. It's going to look like you're entering the project. The secondary access road, the existing driveway, if that became a concern and we didn't want traffic going towards Shannon, perhaps that could be considered to be gated. We haven't considered that. But those are all private streets. It's a private drive-in and easement now. The extension that we're proposing is private. So that's another opportunity. I mean, if there was concerns with cut-through traffic or other people utilizing this route for whatever reason, there could be some kind of a gate proposed.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell?
You've read the easement on the driveway?
Yes, I've seen it, but I'm not ultimately familiar with it.
Well, somebody made a comment earlier this evening, I think it was Commissioner Erickson, that perhaps the easement was for the benefit of a designated one house. Mm-hmm. Do you know whether that's true or not?
I don't know specifically if that is true, but if it were to be found that there wasn't a legal right to increase that usage because of the subdivision, again, we could look at gating it. I mean, that secondary access point isn't of primary importance to us. I mean, it's not something that we absolutely need. I think having more routes in the event of an emergency evacuation, having connectivity is a benefit for that entire area.
But you're saying you could get along without it. Is that correct?
Yes, we could.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions at this time, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I will now invite comments from members of the public. Members of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. And our first speaker card is Romina Ahuja. Okay, thank you.
Does the TV guy need time?
And yes, the TV guy.
Good evening. My name is Romina Ahuja. First of all, I'd love to just tell all of you how much more respect I have for all of you here tonight, because to go through this process, we've been here since 7 o'clock, and I bow down to you. I don't know how you do this on a regular basis. I'd like to introduce myself as one of the homeowners of the Highlands of Los Gatos. Also, I am now the president of the HOA for the Highlands of Los Gatos as well. So I I wear two different hats. So I come to you as both entities. The reason why we're here tonight is that we do understand that there is a proposal out there that is proposing to use Shady Lane and Santella Road to go towards Mr. Sahadi's development. We would really like for you to reconsider that. The reason being that we have been through construction now for 2 years. We are almost done our construction. This neighborhood has become, as you all probably have been to it, it's a beautiful neighborhood. But we also have about 15 homes that are already taken, and people are already living in those homes. And in those homes, we have people that have children. And Shady Lane, as Ms. Hanson had said, it's a very windy road. So what we are looking for you to do is to please consider the fact that it will bring more dirt, it's a safety hazard for the people that are living on that street. We've already seen construction trucks going up there and coming down, and the roads are a mess already. We're hoping that it's going to come to an end very soon. So if you could please consider that, as we've got a couple of other homeowners with me tonight, and we'd all really hope that you could consider that for when you're making a decision on that. The other portion is that our street, Shady Lane, Santella Road, as far as I understand, is still, it's been dedicated, but it has not been accepted by the city of Los Gatos. And we would like to put it out there as a consideration that we would be, as our neighborhood, we've got 19 homes. We all would, through the meeting we have today that we had, we would really consider taking it over as a private road. So if you could keep that in the back of your heads when you're making a decision, we would be very happy to come back and talk about that again. Thank you very much.
Don't go away. I have a question from Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you a technical question, but it may sound technical, and
Sure.
it's not my intention. But it isn't crystal clear to me at the moment what this easement is that runs through Santella and down Shady Lane. It's been talked about several different ways. But typically when you buy a house, you get something called a white paper or another colored paper. And in that paper, it discloses to you things that may have an impact on your purchase. And I would imagine if this is a pre-existing easement, which arguably could take somebody out of the development into the hinterlands, so to speak, that would be disclosed to you before you bought the house. So I'm wondering if that was disclosed to you.
Probably in the very, very, very fine print. It might have been. We did know that we were going to have Shady Lane. We were very prepared for it. I was the first homeowner. I've seen 10 other homes come after that. They're now building another home across the street from us. So we're almost, like I said, we're at the end. We understand the last 2 years that that's what we had to do. They had told us it was probably going to be 3. Great. We're willing to accept that. But when you're going into a brand new development now, that's going to start all of it all over again for us. That's something we weren't prepared for.
Have any of you explored whether there is indeed a right in someone else to go through your property?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Any further questions? Seeing none, yes, Commissioner Hudes.
With regard to your preference to not have traffic go through Centella, does that apply to the construction phase?
Yes.
Or to the residential phase?
No, more construction. Once that the residences, if they're going through Shannon Road, we do not have a problem for them going through there. But to come through our neighborhood as a construction zone, again, is more than what we're fighting for at this point, or whichever way you'd like to see that.
Okay, thank you. I have another question.
Of course.
Sure.
With regard to views and the request to have 25-foot exceptions to the hillside guidelines, do you or any of the residents in your area have any opinion on that?
We would have to go back and look at it, because this is the first time that we're seeing all the way that they've shown the presentation of seeing. We would have to go back, and we could probably come back to you after. But at this particular moment, we don't know of that. So I can't answer that at the moment.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tony Zingali.
Good evening. I'll keep it brief. I'm Tony Zingali. I'm also a homeowner in the Highlands of Los Gatos. I've lived there for almost 2 years. I live at 15574, which is directly on the corner of Shady Lane and Centella. And to answer your question earlier, somewhere in the fine print, it was there that there was an easement granted by David On Homes, the developer of the Highlands of Los Gatos, for access on Centella Drive past my home, and actually my new soon-to-be neighbor, Alan, and his wife here. It's a dirt road now with a gate. Right, and so I guess the proposal is to develop the road substantially, as all of you have asked a lot of questions about that, which would be substantial development, grading, trucks in and out, dirt, safety hazards, et cetera, to develop the road. Whether they used it as the access road for construction or later on as a main thoroughfare. As you correctly stated, the distance from Short Road all the way up to this property is 1.5 miles, and it's a windy road. And I guess my personal point of view as a homeowner is there's a driveway, as you guys have been arguing or contending all night, right off Shannon Road to this proposed development. I don't know what all the issues are, exceptions, et cetera, kind of not my purview to debate that. What is my purview is 2 to 3 or 4 more years of high construction traffic going through the 19-home development of the Highlands of Los Gatos, which wasn't designed for that, despite the fact that there was an easement maybe granted at the time we bought our homes, and the proposal of the Homeowners Association to maybe take on Shady Lane itself as a private road, such that we could, in fact, restrict some of this access and restrict some of the thoroughfare nature as future developments go into the hillsides, is something we're considering. So. From our point of view, we hope that you reject the proposal, and at a minimum, if it does go through, to insist that the construction traffic go through Shannon Road, where the private driveway actually exists today, and not through our newly constructed neighborhood after 3 or 4 years. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Hudes.
Same question. Do you have an opinion about the height that it's being proposed of 25 feet?
Very much so. I would like to see it, but I know there's pretty rigorous hillside standards in terms of height restrictions that we all had on our homes, in addition to the colors that the homes had to be painted, et cetera, that were very rigorous when we were under construction. So I would like to see your hillside standards enforced rigorously on the ridge lines and in the hillside, just like we endured when we constructed our homes and landscaping projects post acquisition of the homes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zingali. Next speaker is Josine Smits.
Good evening. My name is Josine Smits. My husband and I have lived on Shannon Road since 1986. The first time we came to the Planning Commission to talk about creekbed erosion and flooding was 20 years ago. So I will focus on the same issue of runoff again tonight because it has the greatest impact on the larger community. Stormwater runoff from this new development will affect us and our downstream neighbors, as well as the taxpayers of Los Gatos and the county. This high-density hillside development will increase the stormwater runoff in spite of the measures put in place to make the impact downstream less severe. Infiltration trenches will fill for two reasons. In the first place, they will fill during the more intense rainstorms because they lack the capacity of the natural ridge with a canopy of coast live oak trees. And in the second place, they will fill over time for lack of maintenance. To prevent infiltration trenches from silting up, the sediment needs to be trapped in pre-treatment areas. And this sediment and debris needs to be removed. If the system is not inspected twice a year by the town in perpetuity, it is very unlikely that the homeowners will keep it functioning. Maintenance is the weak spot for drainage systems on private land, especially along the ridges where the owners do not feel the effect of neglect. That is demonstrated even today by the existing runoff from the Sahadi property. The runoff from the existing parking area and the cul-de-sac and this very long, steep driveway are supposed to drain into a culvert that runs under Shannon Road onto our property. But this culvert is plugged up as we speak. You can't even see the entrance of the pipe, and we're expecting 3 inches tomorrow. There may be a 350-page hydrological impact report for the new Sahadi development, but nobody has come around to look at the existing situation on the ground at our place. So you can understand why we do not have much faith that infiltration trenches will be maintained, especially when the view lots are bought by new owners who do not know the history. The Sahadi property was up for sale 3 years ago as a possible 3 to 5 lot subdivision. It will come at our expense. So please prevent further degradation of our living environment. Do you have any questions?
Do we? Yes, Commissioner Hudes.
Same question. The proposal for 25-foot height, do you have an opinion about that?
Yes, absolutely, because all of the viewpoints shown in the video were from the valley, from the other side of the ridge, but we are located on Shannon Road, and we see the entire hillside. From our house, we see the entire ridge with all of the oaks beautifully silhouetted against the sky. All of the 3 houses will be absolutely visible and barely screened by the trees from our house. So the higher these, they need to be set further back down the slope toward the valley, in fact, where more of the trees are, because right on the ridge, that is exactly where we will see them.
Vice Chair Kane, did you have your hand up?
Did you say that you read the hydro modification report?
No, Mr. Sahadi mentioned that there was a many-page, 100-page long hydrological impact
I was
report.
about to be extremely impressed. Thank you.
But I will if I have to.
Thank you, Ms. Smits. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next speaker is George Zanavaros. I hope I said that correctly.
My name is George Navarez, and I own the adjacent property of Mrs. Sahadi, about 15 acres of land. And the road is called the Ranch Road is owned by me, but Mr. Sahari has access to the road, to use the road. Well, and I was informed about a few days ago that the activity is going to take care in that area. I'm very concerned of the original right-of-way that was given to 215 Shannon Road. I'm afraid that road is going to be abused, and I have a justification for that. Now, I heard some folks say, why don't you use Centella, but use the Shannon Road to enter and exit? Well, I say the same thing, why don't you use Centella? Now, this makes our property vulnerable for vandalism, eventually might wind up in a freeway. Lots of negative things can happen. So I'm very concerned, and I make it, like I said, the story short. And I don't like the road to be touched. I like it the way it is now. I know some people, they did some improvements without my consent, without checking with me, and I don't appreciate that. Okay? You have any questions?
Commissioner O'Donnell has a question for you.
Let me make sure I understand. You own a piece of property across which part of this easement goes, is that correct?
Yes.
And I think there's another family named Murphy that have part of that easement too? Are you aware of that? Okay. So your part, there's a roadway that goes up into the Sahadi property, correct?
Right.
That, in part, goes over your property?
Correct.
And when you bought your property, was that easement in existence?
Correct.
And have you ever read that easement?
Pardon?
Have you ever read the easement?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you know whether that easement limits the use of that roadway at all?
Yes.
How so?
Well, the deed of trust is shown that only one person has an easement, okay? And namely, Mr. Sahari. They didn't say there that the entire Los Gatos have an easement.
Well, I guess...
Because my property extends on the other side of the road also, a small portion of the property.
But the roadway itself, I take it, ends at the Sahadi property?
Correct.
And some portion of that roadway goes over your property?
The entire road goes over my property.
The entire roadway?
Yeah.
100% of that roadway going up to the Sahadi property is across your property?
Well, the road is documented as being the road of my property.
Okay, I'm just...
I mean, it's in black and white.
And your position is that that was to benefit one home on the Sahadi property?
Correct.
And if I understand you correctly, you're saying if there are more homes, that would be unfair to you?
That's correct.
Okay. And I also understand that you're saying that the increased traffic you'd rather see go the other way, Centella.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think I understand your position. Thank you.
We have a question for you. No, okay, he put his hand down. Commissioner Hudes has a question for you.
Thank you, Sarah. With regard to the proposal to build homes that are 25 feet, where the guideline is 18 feet, do you have an opinion about that? Will it affect you?
I was not clear. Change the proposal to be 25 feet, you said, instead of what's in the existing road now.
with regard to the houses, the hillside design guidelines specify 18 feet maximum. They're requesting an exception to 25 feet. Will that affect you? Do you have an opinion about that?
The only concern I have is that will make it easy to become a freeway. You know,
Okay.
for one property, in a private property, is not a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Weisman.
Dave Weissman, Francis Oaks. If you agree to rezone this property to HR 2.5, you are in effect agreeing to 4 new homes with much incomplete information. The town's pre-zoning, HR 5, has been in place since 1981. And by looking at the applicant's map, one can easily see that all the undeveloped lands to the east and south of the parcel are zoned either RC or pre-zoned HR 5. It also shows, I'd also like to point out that the 3 lots immediately to the west are zoned HR 2.5, but all of these lots are smaller than 1 acre, reflecting their non-conforming existence before 1981. This property has a current net assessed value of $278,000. Denying this application will not be a taking. Contrast that situation to the town getting nothing except the financially losing proposition of more hillside parcels to service. Plus, the applicant desires to use publicly maintained Shady Lane for ingress and egress and all construction activities. The town's hillside-specific plan and general plan require both a town benefit. This application provides none. As discussed in my letter in your packet, the present visibility analysis is outdated and inadequate, especially for Lot 1. According to the corridor overlay map of the Blossom Hill Open Space Study, this parcel contains 2 critical ridgelines, and the proposed new roadway lies in the designated riparian restoration zone. The applicant's letter lists 5 needed exceptions. I'll also add the fact that they don't have an adequate visibility study. There's no benefit from the town to the town. There's probably a large financial cost to the town with upkeep of Shady Lane, etc. For all these reasons, I ask that you deny their requested rezoning and leave this parcel as decided by the town in 1981 as HR 5. Your downzoning would set a terrible precedent with each subsequent neighboring application requesting downzoning until an HR 2.5 domino effect development scheme reaches the Pacific Ocean. In other words, everybody keeps coming in and said, well, my neighbor just got rezoned to HR 2.5. Why can't I? It seems to me that we have to draw a line somewhere, and I think this parcel is in an appropriate place.
Thank you, Dr. Weissman. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Commissioner O'Donnell has a question.
You've indicated that you believe that the visibility study is not up to date, I think, or somehow flawed. But could you be clearer on that? Because we just, you sat there too, we just saw what to a layman was an impressive display. Could you tell me what you thought was wrong with it?
You folks last year had 3 meetings totaling 8 hours. The town council had 2 meetings. While the final product never came through for the visibility methodology, there were clearly a number of things that were agreed upon. That is, trees that were in poor or fair poor condition would not be counted as being visible. The town consulting arborist, Debbie Ellis, who by the way is retiring next week, said that even trees in fair condition should probably not be, no effort should be made to protect them because you're probably not going to improve them. If you look at the analysis of Lot 1, and if you approve this 5-lot subdivision, this 4-lot subdivision, they're going to get 4 new houses, and they're probably going to get them near where they want them, even though those may not be the best locations. Maybe we need to have lot line adjustments. But if you look at the house, the proposed pad on Lot 1, with all the fancy Google Earth stuff that they did, none of it showed which trees are in poor condition, are in fair poor condition, and in even fair condition. You folks last year approved a couple of lots in the Highlands, which I then appealed to the town council. That got the whole visibility analysis stuff going. And we went on for a year. Do I now, if you approve this, do I then come back and appeal that to the town council, and then we go through the whole visibility methodology stuff again? I think what the applicant needs to do, at a very minimum, is take those items that were agreed to by consensus by the Planning Commission and the Town Council and start there for an effective visibility analysis. And on Lot 5, there are 2 major trees which the driveway will come right near. And Debbie Ellis in her report has said that she has concerns about how well these trees will do. They're big old oak trees, and those are the trees that do the worst with disturbance.
So I make sure I understand. Your main, in fact, the only objection I've heard, I'm not saying it's not a good one, is that the trees are used in the analysis, and yet there's no evaluation of the trees. So it's one thing to say a tree which is in great health is just going to be there, whereas a tree that is in less health either won't be there or probably won't be there. Does that pretty well summarize what you're saying?
Yes, and when I first spoke back in March, April of 2015, a lot of this was hypothetical. Since then, we've had the lab experiment, if you will. We've had the Highlands, and we've seen that how many trees up there that Debbie Ellis said, the consulting arborist said, were poor, were fair poor, were even fair. And then these trees have now declined, and it's not just because of the drought. It's because they've had injuries, they've had grading too close to them, they've had material stored underneath the trees, the fencing hasn't been done properly, they've had tractors compress the roots, all of these things. And we're just going to have, it seems like we're just setting ourselves up to relitigate this whole issue again with the visibility analysis.
All right, thank you very much.
Any further questions? Vice Chair Kane?
Dr. Weissman, I want to make sure I understand your letter. You're recommending 2 additional houses on the property. Lot 5 and Lot 2?
Lot 2 already has the house.
I got. That's what I didn't understand.
One additional house. I think one can make a reasonable argument for a house on Lot 5, even though it's on the ridge top, because there's no grading requirement. If you're careful, you could keep away from the 2 big trees. And It's already, as pre-zoned HR5, you get 2 houses.
5 and 2.
No, it's pre-zoned now HR5. As HR5, you can get 2 houses on 13 acres.
So that would be a total of 3 houses.
No, it's counting the house that's already there.
That's what I meant. That's lot 2.
Lot 2 and lot 5.
Okay. And even though that's on a ridge line, a ridge crest, how would that affect visibility?
Well, if you're careful with the trees, those 2 big trees, there should be no visibility issues towards the valley. As far as the neighbors go, that's a different issue. And that's why the hillside guidelines say if you're on a ridge line, 18 feet. And the developer has the chutzpah to come in at this point and start talking about 25 feet. The whole area is a ridge line.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hudes?
I wanted to understand your point about the diversity of trees and what's happened there and what is likely to happen. Could you explain that point to me a little bit?
I made the comment that there are 4 species of oak trees on the property, according to the consulting arborist. And that is more than Highlands. The Highlands only, on a much larger property, only has 3 species of oak trees. In the past, that was probably a pretty good, diverse piece of property. But it hasn't been taken care of. When you walk in an oak woodland, and I contrasted a good oak woodland, and contrasted this to my walk there, kindly at the invitation of Mr. Sahadi, I didn't hear any birds. There is absolutely no understory anywhere where the houses are going to go, which means that there's no protection for erosion, there's no habitat for animals, there's no baby oaks coming up for future generations. You look at those trees and they're all lollipops. They've been pruned up for 15, 20 feet. And normal oak woodland, the oak trees come down to the ground. These are old oak trees. Most of them are, like Debbie Ellis said, I think only 28% of them are in good condition.
So how does that situation impact our analysis and evaluation of this proposal?
Well, it impacts it because a lot of these trees are not going to be there in a little while. You put a tree that's already in a poor or a fair poor condition, or even a fair condition, and you traumatize it like we've learned on the Highlands, and those trees don't do well, especially old trees like most of these oaks are. They're tall trees.
Thank you for making that connection.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Weissman. Next speaker is Lee Quintana.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. I hope you've read my letter that I sent in. I think one of the things that I think is most important from the way I look at this is that the justification for changing the zone from RH5 to RH2.5 has been made not based on the difference between the impacts from that change, but it's been based by the applicant on how they originally looked at it and how they have minimized the amount of impacts, assuming that 5-lot subdivision. HR5 is a zoning that allows between 5 and 40 acres per dwelling unit, depending on the conditions in the site. HR 2.5 allows between 2.5 to 10 acres for each dwelling unit on the site. So leaving the zoning at HR 2.5 does provide a possibility, not definitive use of the site for two houses. But again, those houses need to be able to meet the condition, the standards and guidelines of the Hillside Design Standards and Guidelines. I don't believe they do. I think that it's already been said that the entire parcel is on the hillside, and the applicant's visibility analysis really just dealt from the visibility from the valley floor. Yet houses on ridgelines are very prominently visible within the hillsides area. The applicant made a statement that in his letter regarding that he had listened to all the proceedings of the PD committee that was looking at changes to the PD zoning. I was on that committee, and it's my understanding that one of the consensuses of that committee was that a PD would not be used or should not be used to increase the intensity or density of a site, and that appears to be exactly what this proposal is doing by proposing to increase the or downsize the property. As usual, didn't get everything. Oh, I have more time. So this becomes the same catch-22 that we often see. Once you've approved the PD, if you approve the PD, even though you are not making the findings or approving the subdivision application, the subdivision is already within the PD that would get approved, and so you really have no ability later on down the line to deal with questions of whether it's a good subdivision or not. That's all my time.
Questions for Ms. Quintana from Vice Chair Kane.
Ms. Quintana, you said you were involved at the PD revision process, and it was said the PD is not to be used to increase density. Now, is that in writing? Is that part of?
No, it hasn't come to the commission yet, or back to the town council, but I think that was one of the things that seemed to have the most consensus was that a PD should not be used to increase density or necessarily to allow for exceptions to the requirements of the zone.
Thank you.
Ms. Quintana, that would be the proposed plan development ordinance, but what about the current one that speaks to protecting ridge lines and preserving open space?
Well, I guess that's my comment on whether you should be assessing this proposal based on I don't know how to say this. I think the discussion should center around whether the proposal to increase or downsize the zoning to 2.5 versus leaving it at HR 5, which is more appropriate and more consistent with the existing hillside development standards and guidelines and with the intent of the plan development zoning as it is, specifically because I don't have it in front of me. I think I wrote it in my letter that there's a separate chapter in the hillside standards that deals with subdivisions and PDs and clearly states what the intent there is.
I believe it's Chapter 8.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hudes?
And thank you for your letter. It's very helpful to have a chance to read it in advance of the hearing. The
subtle criticism.
The question is about the LRDA and the concern about the access. Is this one of your most serious concerns?
Excuse me?
At the bottom of your letter, you talk about the LRDA shows almost 100% of the proposed new access is outside of the 25% and 100% outside the 30%. Is that one of your largest concerns with this project?
My concern is that if you don't change the zoning, that likely will not be necessary.
Right, but if the zoning is changed, this is a concern, a big concern for you as well, is the access road being outside of the LRDA. Is that correct?
The access roads are allowed to be outside the LRDA if that's the only feasible way to provide access. However, this one's almost 100% outside of it, and a lot of it, more than half of it, is above the 15% grade. If this were zoned at its current zoning, I don't believe you would have that kind of impact. You also wouldn't have as many houses that could be visible from within the valley, not the valley, but the hillside valleys.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions for Ms. Quintana? Seeing none, thank you very much. The applicant is now invited back to the podium to address the commission for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to start maybe in order with some of the comments that I had heard. There was discussion about Santella Drive, Shady Lane, those existing roads. Those roads were dedicated as public roadways with the final map done with the Highlands of Los Gatos. So all of those streets are public roadways, just like every other public roadway exists out there. They have not yet been accepted by the town, is what I understand, but they were offered for dedication with the final map. So with regard to an easement right, there isn't any other specific easement right other than the fact of the public roadway dedication. And that's what also exists in that Santella Drive stub, is that was also an offered right-of-way to the town of Los Gatos, but it was not improved. With regard to construction access, as we mentioned, we would be open to construction access from Shannon Road. Tanaveras did state that he does own the property where that access easement exists, and that is in fact true. The access easement that goes to the Sahadi property extends from Shannon Road through Tanaveras' property to the point at which it enters the Sahadi property. There was concern mentioned about drainage. There is a portion of the existing private area, the parking area at the top of that private drive that does drain towards Shannon Road today. However, as part of our application, we're proposing that gets regraded and the drainage would not be directed down towards Shannon Road. The only drainage that would continue to be directed down towards Shannon Road would be that which falls on the existing driveway that exists today. Any of the developed areas would be directed toward the other direction from the ridge line where we have stormwater mitigation proposed. Maintenance is critical, as she pointed out. Those are issues that we all need to deal with today on all development. Stormwater mitigation, hydromodification compliance, those issues do require continuous maintenance. They're not unique to this property. That exists for any development that is going forward. There was discussion about the visibility analysis not being adequate. I think we've done a visibility analysis that far exceeds anything that you've probably ever seen. Looking at tree conditions, there is no adopted policy today that would tell us to do that. Complying with something that doesn't exist right now doesn't seem like it's a fair condition to be putting us under. However, there are a lot of trees on the site that were quoted as being in fair condition or poor condition. I think that site, as well as all of our oak forests around here, have been stressed by years of drought. There's shallow superficial soils at the site. We've had other arborists look at the site as well and have the opinion that the trees are in a condition that is to be expected for their environment and where they're growing. Doesn't mean they're dying. They've been there for hundreds of years. We consider, or we think, that they will continue to be there. Comparing us to Highlands, just not fair. I mean, if Highlands did compaction and damaged trees and hit the trees with construction equipment, I just don't think it's a fair comparison to say that because one developer may have damaged trees that would happen with us. There was discussion about the development of the lots. All of the lot sites can be developed with almost no grading and very, very little tree removal. There was a mention of Lot 5. Can you go to that one, or we can't see it? The exhibits that we provided to you that you have on your desk packets this evening show the recent studies that were done showing we're not even close. We can build a driveway and access to Lot 5 without even being close to a tree. Yeah, that's possible to do. We can actually get to Lots 3 and 4 with very, very little tree impacts, maybe 1, 2 trees. We've got 4 very natural building sites that we're proposing to take advantage of in order to get to those building sites. The access needs to be improved. That access would need to be improved for even development of 1 more building site on the property. So whether it was maintained as an HR 5 with 2 lots or the HR 2.5 as we propose with the 5 lots, access needs to be improved. Doesn't change that condition. We have very natural building sites that would allow for the 5 lots, the 4 additional lots as proposed, with very, very little impact. I think that addresses most of what I had heard. If you have further questions.
Vice Chair Kane, followed by Commissioner O'Donnell.
I want to see if I can clarify the Shadi easement road coming off of Shannon. You've submitted a land use plan 2.0 diagram. It implies that the speaker is on one side of the easement, as if the easement was on the border of his property, and at the other side, your diagram says lands of Murphy.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, then it doesn't run through his property, it borders his property.
Yeah, the property line is, I think it's coincident with the eastern edge of that easement. So Murphy is on the east. The easement is on Tanaveras' property entirely west of Murphy.
But it borders his property.
It is adjacent to his
run
property.
Through it.
Correct.
The other
It does
side
not
of the
run through it.
The other side of the road is Murphy.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
The discussion of visibility, I want to bring you back to that. We've heard a couple of comments. One comment relates to the fact that if you're going to use trees as a site barrier, you kind of ought to know what the condition of the trees are. Because many years I've been doing this, one of the things we're concerned with is a site barrier. And obviously, if I'm using a tree that isn't going to be there in 5 years, I probably ought not to be using it. Now, we don't have any evidence, nor did you show any, as to the condition of the trees that you're asserting would make the houses, whether 18 feet or 25 feet, not visible from most of either the platforms or the valley. Why shouldn't we inquire as to the condition of whatever trees you want to use as a barrier?
I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm merely saying that there is no governing ordinance or requirement to do so at this time. So
Okay, but there's no prohibition either, right? So we can probably use reason.
So what the point that needs to be recognized is there's only one location where we're relying on only the few perimeter trees on the lot that provide screening. The rest of the screening is provided both by hillside topography, where you're within the ground, or by hundreds of feet, up to 500 feet in many places, of skimming through tree canopies throughout the hillside areas. So we're not talking about one tree that might be in poor condition, except for in that one small window where we were talking about maybe some visibility on Lot 1.
We're talking about trees, no matter how many, that we don't know their condition, right? It's a
We
given
would
that
be
we don't know.
evaluating literally thousands of trees.
Okay, I saw a picture,
Looking
it
at
was
that.
today or yesterday, of California forests that are impacted by beetles and such, and it's amazing how how big that is. So I guess all I'm saying is it is not unreasonable to inquire whether it's 500 trees or 5, what the condition of the trees are. And at the moment, we don't have that. The other thing I was going to ask you was, we've been focused on looking down, i.e., put it another way, looking up from the valley floor. Mrs. Smits, for example, was saying, well, wait a minute, I'm back there. So then somebody has argued, and maybe it was Dr. Weissman, that gets to the ridge line in 18 feet versus 25 feet, because 25 feet seems to be asking for an exception. What do you say to somebody who says, yes, from the valley floor, 25 feet may work fine, but from the back, even 18 feet is a problem, but 25 feet is worse?
For the most part, the site isn't visible from surrounding areas. It's contained kind of within a bowl, self-contained. There are areas along Shannon Road where you would view toward the ridge, and there will be small elements of houses that will be visible. I did see the Smits photo that was submitted, and I did do a simulation based upon that photo. I don't know if we'll be able to show it right now. But what that demonstrated is that the home site proposed where she's taking the photo is actually behind the ridge. We're not proposing a home that's far enough where she'd even be able to see it. There's maybe a small portion of the roof, maybe the upper foot. There would be less than the white fence that's visible right now that she can see, that there would be less than that visible of a home site.
Well, perhaps I missed something. Did you give us some data or some photographs or anything looking at the proposal from not the valley floor, but from the valleys and the undulations behind the development?
I did not provide that for you tonight, but we have looked at that. And I did do an analysis, like I said, just to look at that photo from the Smits.
Okay.
I'd show that to you right now, but for some reason, I guess our projector is not working.
Well, okay, maybe while they're looking, we can give you a minute to see if they can find it. There may be other questions.
I could show it to you on the screen if you'd want to pass that around and look at it. I mean, we could do that.
I missed that. What does that mean?
I could show you. We have it on the laptop here.
Oh, I see. Well, what does your able assistant there think? It always kind of fails when you need it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's our guy. Not both. No. This guy's our guy. This guy is? Yeah.
Can you get to?
Yeah. I may explain it.
Commissioner Hudis, did you have a question in the interim?
Where's the?
I have a number of questions on trees and also on the lot layout.
Let me make a suggestion while you're asking those questions. If they can try take their time and see what they can do. But I'm not asking you to be diverted.
Are you able to answer some
Sure,
questions
yeah,
about?
yeah.
So there was some discrepancy about trees. There was, I believe, in your letter, I think it talked about 300 trees. There were 169 in another. Could you explain to me the difference between the 300
Sure.
and the 169?
Yeah, there's over 360 oak trees on the property. Most of them exist downslope and on the steep sloped areas around the perimeter of where we would develop and far away from where we would develop. Debbie Ellis, when she did her arborist report, she specifically looked at the 169 trees and tagged those trees, and those were in the close vicinity to where our roadway and home sites would be. So she did not take the time to review the hundreds of other trees that are located well beyond anything that we're proposing to touch.
Okay. So have any trees been removed since at least the 2014 CDAC?
I think there was one tree that had fallen in a storm that was removed, and it could, since 2014, I think the other dead pines at the tennis court near the top may have been removed, and we left that one 60-foot tall dead pine in place. So that's the only thing I'm aware of.
And do you have a reaction to the issue that was raised about diversity of of trees and the lack of undergrowth only seeing apparently as I believe testimony we heard was that they were lollipop trees or something.
I'm not an arborist, but from what I have heard, the tree conditions that exist on the site are consistent with what would be expected in the conditions that they're growing. The lack of understory growth is a result of clearing, as mandated by County Fire. There are several structures around the site, and clearance around the structures is something that they mandate. So understory clearing has been done for fire protection purposes.
So really this kind of brings me to, I think, the thing that is most important to me with regard to the trees is how many are anticipated to be removed in total?
6 trees for sure for the roadway. 5 for sure, within the roadway. 1 I think is close enough where it's going to have to go. Most likely, since the other are adjacent to it, I think what did we quote, 16 or 17 trees there. I think we'll probably be able to save 5 of those. I don't call it 14 trees. For the houses, maybe another. It's hard to say because we don't have home site designs, but based upon my more careful layout, approximately another 7 to 8 trees. With another 10 to 15 that would need to be carefully evaluated for their clearances. And again, all dependent upon creative architectural design, maintaining the clearances, the things that we should be doing, which we certainly plan to do, but I just can't stand here and say we have that because we don't have architectural plans yet.
Right. I understand there's some uncertainty, but I also know that in some of your correspondence, I think about maybe Lot 1 and Lot 5, you did suggest some numbers of trees. And so that's why I think it's important for us to understand, even if it's an estimate or a range, what the total number of trees that will be removed through the course of this project.
Right. So did I answer that?
So you're saying 7 to 8 plus 10 to 15 that are questionable.
Like on a watch, yeah.
Plus 6 plus 5?
Yes, on a watch, correct. That's what I would anticipate.
That's sort of the maximum is the 11 plus 7 to 8 plus 10 to 15. Okay. I do have some questions about lot placement, but maybe we ought to come back. Are you ready to come back to that other issue?
The projector is not working, but if we can somehow view the screen, is there a way we can do that? Pass it around? I don't know.
What is it that the screen would show us?
It is the view from the Smiths residence where she submitted the photo, and we've supplemented that with a simulation of the home actually constructed on the site and what would be visible. Oh, yeah, that might work.
Well, if that's the only way we can look at it, I guess we could just pass it around. But maybe we're getting some more help here.
We'll see if this works. Yeah.
There's something.
Okay.
What's the diamonds?
All right, so that's the photo that was submitted from, I believe, the residents of the Smiths. Hard to see, but between the tree gaps there, you can see a small portion of the white fence where the cursor is located right there. And then this is now from the same vantage point, duplicating the view using, again, the three-dimensional aspects of Google Earth. The trees are a little rough, but it actually captures quite accurately the shapes of the trees that can easily be compared to the photo. And in the simulation, you can see between the trees, the 2 small triangular pieces. Those are representative of a building rectangular block, so the eaves are not represented. In reality, the eaves of the houses would be lower than what is represented there. So I would consider that an absolute worst case. with
That's a
just those.
25-foot house?
And that actually is drawn, one of them is drawn at 25 on the right side, and on the left side is drawn at 18.
And
It's a little closer.
The vegetation, or whatever that is on the left and the right, is that vegetation?
Those are trees that
Well, if you
exist.
back, yeah, now that's vegetation too? Looks
Yes.
like rocks.
Those are trees. They just are a little rough looking with the way the Google Earth model ends up.
So if the house was up to 25 feet high, those trees are like 4 times higher or even more, 6 times higher.
No, I don't know if they're not that tall. Some of them are closer than the house, so that's deceiving. Others are located behind the house, and you're only seeing the tops. So it's an interesting perspective because you're looking up basically from Shannon Road at it. But the point is that the house itself is located far enough beyond just the topographic shape of the hill, where the house is obscured not by the trees, but by the hill itself.
And the photo simulation or the photo was taken from where?
It appears to me that it may have been taken from the upper story window of the house, just based upon the alignment of the trees when I tried to duplicate it in the model.
So somebody came upon the Smith's property and did this?
No, she submitted the photo to you this morning.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one
Commissioner
follow-up on the
Hughes.
visibility. I do have questions on the lot placement, but on the visibility, I was very impressed with the video. In our information, there are several sheets. Was there additional information in that video that isn't represented on those sheets?
Absolutely.
Okay. And was that provided to us in advance of the hearing?
The video was not.
Okay. Is there other additional information that you'd like to be part of the record that isn't documented, that was either part of your slide or other presentation?
I think the video is kind of the most important aspect because it conveys the extensive visual analysis that was done, not just limited to 4 viewing platforms.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The public testimony portion of the public hearing is now closed. Do commissioners have questions, comments, a motion? Commissioner Erickson.
So this is a question for staff. I'm trying to get my head around the proposed rezoning. So it was pre-zoned at HR 5. They're proposing to rezone it to HR 2.5. And in the staff report, it says that it's consistent with the general plan, so forth. What I'm reading and understanding that to be is that because they want to build, because they want to subdivide into 5 lots, they're using the right methodology to do that. That's different than them having than judging whether they then. So do they have to have a rationale to? Does the town require them to have a rationale to propose the rezoning, other than the fact that they would like to divide it and subdivide it into 5 lots?
When a rezoning is proposed, it is evaluated to make sure it is consistent with the general plan and that it is consistent and appropriate with the adjacent zoning and appropriate for that location. So that is the analysis that staff performed and made recommendations to you based on that.
So we do not require them to have a rationale that there's some basis for wanting to rezone it that has a good for the town, because the town already has it zoned, has it pre-zoned. So we say, okay, if you want to develop it in this manner, you need to follow this methodology, and that's the only thing that we require them to. They don't have to have a rationale that meets some sort of a good.
So I know one of the speakers mentioned something about a benefit to the community. And so I'm not sure if that's what you're speaking towards, which was obviously part of previous plan development conversations when we had community benefit policy. But they have requested to get back to one of your original questions, yes, if for them to propose 5 lots, the proper mechanism is to request the rezoning from the pre-zone of HR 5 to 2.5. In your evaluation, you should be looking at it from a perspective of, does this proposal comply from your perspective to the Hillside Guidelines, the general plan, and the other policy documents in its current proposal? You could determine that you don't think that it meets that, and that that the justification or the applicant has not provided enough information to make you feel comfortable that that's the appropriate land use decision. Ultimately, this is the first decision is it appropriate to rezone this from HR 5 to HR 2.5? Then you have a yes or a no or a maybe. And then from that point, then we can walk you through those paths. I think that's kind of the fundamental land use question, because we are really before you with the zone change.
Right. May I ask a quick follow-up with that? So I follow you completely. The town also has an existing plan development ordinance, and I would say to my fellow commissioners who've raised questions about the potential future of a change to to base any decision that we make on what might future ordinance the town might have is speculative and not particularly helpful. But that aside, so the PD ordinance provides some goals or purposes or reasons for using a PD. That's completely applicable in this situation.
That's correct.
Correct. So if in fact we were to judge that doing a plan development in this case did not advance those goals, that in fact could be a basis for rejecting the rezoning of it as proposed, because they're proposing a plan development. Is that correct?
That's correct. You definitely need to take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
As well, per Exhibit 5, we have a zoning map, and I'm trying to determine the compatibility of this zone change based upon a lot of the property surrounding the project site is actually zoned resource conservation. So when I read the RC zone, it's to protect open space, restrict the intensity of development, and limit residential density. So I'm just trying to connect the dot how I see that downzoning this is compatible with the surrounding RC zone. I'm having a difficult time with that. It seems that an HR 5 would be more appropriate, especially as a transition between the properties on the left going to the right. That's my input.
Which document are you referring to, please?
That would be Exhibit 5. There is a zoning map that's probably about 7 pages in. It's kind of beige in color. Pull it out.
It's Exhibit B of Exhibit 5.
Yes.
Keep going. There you go.
That's it. Pull it out, and you'll see the project site that, yes, to the left, there's property zoned HR 2.5, but there's a significant amount of land that's zoned RC. And that's where I'm having trouble, along with the plan development ordinance and along with Chapter 8 of the Hillside Design Guidelines, which speaks to subdividing property for a plan development. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell?
I agree with that, but in addition to that, I'm also concerned with access, because the only evidence I've heard tonight, which is not very clear, but it does appear that there is an easement across one piece of property, the gentleman's property, that takes us to the Sahadi property. I've heard nobody testify that that is some kind of blanket easement that's uninhibited by the then use of the benefited property. Okay, so I'm left with the confusion then, because if that road were to close and could not be used, except for the benefit of one lot, then it could not be used for example, fire department access. At the moment, it's an ancillary use to the benefit for which that easement was dedicated, i.e. for the one lot. So if you need a fire department up there, an ambulance, whatever, I think a lawyer would call that an ancillary use. However, if you say, well, now we're going to have 5 lots instead of 1, all of a sudden it's, well, okay, what does the easement say? We don't know. I mean, I don't know. The suggestion, certainly from the property owner, is not that broad. That's a very significant question to me, because I know the neighbors on the other side are saying, goodness, we don't want the construction, but if they not only get the construction, they get everything, and the owner of that easement says, Fred Sahadi can use that, but nobody else can, and he can use it as long as he owns, because it benefits the property. It is not a personal right. That's very confusing to me, and I don't know how we make a decision if we don't know what we're talking about. If we're saying close that, some people will be happy. Not these folks, but some people will be happy. But then we have, then we open up that question of getting into the neighborhood, and I don't know if we've evaluated that. I kind of, you look at the negative declaration or whatever it was. I don't know what assumptions were made in deciding there was no adverse impact or they were mitigated if we don't even know what the access is. Somebody made an assumption that easement could be used, notwithstanding it couldn't be used for the fire department, but there is a basic assumption here it could be used. And I don't know that, we have not seen the easement, nor have I heard, perhaps the town council has reviewed it, which would not be normal. I wouldn't expect him to have, but he could surprise me, as he often does. But if we don't know the scope of that, then I think I have a problem deciding that there's no significant adverse impact, and that we have otherwise fully mitigated it. It's just a we don't know. It isn't. Maybe it's fine, but that doesn't get to the more serious problems of the initial and the only question. If you can't get past it, is do we go from 5 to 2.5? If we don't do that, the rest of this pretty much falls away. Although at some point somebody's going to have to clarify the easement, because if we said no matter what you do up there, if it's more than the one lot, you've got to have the other road. Well, then you're going to get into all kinds of problems.
Well, I agree with that, and we have to keep in mind that we're just forwarding a recommendation at this point in time. Commissioner Erickson.
So I'm going to venture a motion. I will move to recommend to the town council that we recommend denial of plan development application PD 15001 that proposes to change the zoning from HR 5 to HR 2.5 by the use of a plan development overlay zone, because it does not meet the intent, because we've been given no evidence, testimony, public testimony, or evidence by the applicant that it meets the intent of the plan development overlay ordinance, which is captured in section 29.80.08 of the town code.
Second. Any discussion? Commissioner Hudes, followed by Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, I would add that beyond the zoning conversion issues, I also have issues with regard to the exceptions that are being requested of the Hillside Design Guidelines. Very, very serious concerns about those exceptions that are being requested, and in order for me even to understand those and the scope of those exceptions and their impact, we have those guidelines for a reason, and I really would need to understand much better certain elements of this, including the visibility analysis. I think that there was information presented tonight that we only had a few seconds to absorb, as well as concerns about views from other areas. So I am supportive of the motion that's on the table. I'm able to second it if that's.
I seconded it.
Okay, thank you.
So we're in the
I'm a little
discussion
slow here.
phase.
So, but I also want those concerns raised as well about the lack of compliance with the Hillside Design Guidelines.
Commissioner Hanson.
And because this is a recommendation to council, I also wanted to weigh in. I thought Commissioner Erickson's motion is just fine, but I think it's really important to discuss the Hillside standards and guidelines. Some of the stuff that Commissioner Huda said, it's written all over the Hillside standards and guidelines that to give a subdivision and PD overlay zone that it needs to minimize grading and all these other things, and this isn't doing that. And I appreciate the applicant's dilemma in that they are in between a rock and a hard place to be able to build their 5 things, but it clearly says throughout our guidelines that it may not be appropriate given site constraints to build what you want to build, even if the zoning indicates that you could, which they would have to change the zoning to get this. So there's just so many issues with this application and the Hillside guidelines, and I beyond the zoning change, I couldn't be comfortable with it being in compliance and giving that many exceptions.
All right, any further discussion? Vice Chair Kane?
I want to agree with what's been said so far about preserving the Hillside standards and guidelines and the damage we do if we give away the 5, 6, 7, 8 exceptions that have been requested. But I'd also, the maker of the motion may not need to buy into this because my saying it may have it go to the council just by being said. But I'd really like to underscore what's been said about Section 8 of the Hillside Standards and Guidelines on subdivision and planned development projects, where it says the intent of a PD is to significantly reduce the amount of grading, roads, and other alterations to the existing environment, to minimize the visual impact, to retain the maximum amount of continuous open space. And the applicant is on the horns of a dilemma because that's just not happening here. I don't think the purpose of the PD is being achieved. Also, I'm not an environmental scientist, Ms. Armour, but I mentioned earlier the initial study and mitigated negative declaration. I guess when we deny the application, we're also denying that? Or do we have to specifically get into that?
So I'll chime in. You're making a recommendation, and we would be looking, if there is a recommendation on the mitigated neg deck that you want to forward to council as well, then that would be appropriate. I would just remind the commission from a few weeks ago, staff has reviewed, our consultant has prepared, and our attorney as well as staff find the document adequate. The purpose of an environmental document is to disclose impacts. Those impacts are disclosed, and where appropriate, to provide mitigation measures. And so, but however, if the commission believes that it's not adequate, then that can be part of a recommendation as well.
I'm just simply repeating what I said earlier, that there seem to be a large number of potentially significant impacts unless mitigation incorporated, and I found some of the mitigation to be soft, and I'd like council to look at that. This just feels like a square peg into a round hole.
Okay, we have 5 minutes where I would have to ask for a motion to continue past 11:30 unless we can wrap this up very quickly. So, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just had one question, one comment. Notwithstanding, and I don't fault at all the recommendation of what you folks have done. However, I've heard nothing tonight which would indicate you had enough knowledge to make a decision relating to access. And that's obviously a question. If you close that road, there should be some consideration given to what the impact of that would be. You couldn't have done that since you have not, there's been no testimony tonight, and I believe, unless I'm wrong, you haven't reviewed the access. Everybody said, well, they're going to have two accesses. They're going to have the main access, and then they're going to have an emergency access. It's based on what I heard tonight, it's perhaps unlikely that you'll ever have the emergency access. So I'm just saying, I don't know how you make a recommendation on a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration if you can't answer that question. You did not take that into consideration, and one would argue that that is something of some significance.
Sorry, I know the time's running tight, but the mitigated declaration reviewed the impacts of the proposed roadway. It did not review impacts of if you want the Shannon Road access to be the primary. So that was evaluated in the MND.
Not if it were closed, because it could not be used.
It was proposed to be an emergency secondary access.
And that assumes facts not in evidence. It assumes that that would be allowed under the easement you have not read. Isn't that correct?
Yeah,
Did you read the easement?
So you're not required to have an emergency access, so if it goes away completely, it's an added bonus for this project, but it's not required to have an secondary emergency access for a subdivision. So it was analyzed as if, yes, it is a potential part of the project, but if it goes away, the mitigated negative declaration analyzed it from the Shady Lane entrance. And that's where the construction would be, and that's where everything would be.
Commissioner Erickson?
All of the discussion between the attorneys and other knowledgeable members of the commission aside for the moment, the reason why I didn't include in my motion any mention of the mitigated negative declaration is because that was an analysis done based on changing the zoning. So if we are in fact recommending not to change the zoning, it seems to me that it is not necessary to address the mitigated negative declaration. That's in fact why I didn't include it in the motion or suggest a companion motion. So
and that's
it seems
perfectly
to me
fine.
It's
Thank you for that
irrelevant.
clarification.
All right, I will now call the question. All in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. Mr. Paulson, are there appeal rights of the actions of the commission on this item since it's simply just forwarding a recommendation to council?
There are not. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Paulson, do you have a report for us this evening?
Given the late hour, I will put that off to the next meeting.
All right. I will remind the commission to come back tomorrow night for our special meeting with proposed amendments to the North 40 specific plan. I'd like to thank members of the community and the applicant for sitting patiently here tonight, for your presentations, and for the community input. This meeting is adjourned.